On the road we sing another melody. At night we sit by the lonely fire, and the world is what we long to see. Yet true love is my desire. Yet true love is my desire. From their plight, the sun it shines on another day. Snow it freezes us to the bone. Harsh silence is the cold price I pay. My words are for thine ears alone. My words are for thine ears alone. Seek ye worthy praise, while life is sweet on the vine. Full our glasses raised, hail us heroes divine, slavers of men, monsters felled by our might, dragons slain in their den, whisk the weak from their plight. No gold, my jewels, can I grant to thee. No Lord, am I by right, but at journey's end I'll sing a melody to win your sweetheart by tonight, to win your sweetheart by tonight. Seek me worthy praise, while life is sweet on the vine. Full our glasses raised,
It began with the suicide of Charles Blackwell, just days after his 55th birthday. Then the Rhineswan family massacre. 3 generations painfully passing from this world, crying the same crimson tears Blackwell had.
Five members of the prominent Rhineswan family were found dead.
After that, the media finally gave their murderer a name. The Red Crier Killer.
Memento mori. Remember you will die.
Investigators believe the killer may be the same individual the media has dubbed the Red Crier.
Memento mori. Remember you will die. I know it's droll to sell my soul. I wanted to protect them though, but I couldn't even play my role. Now vengeance is my only goal. Memento mori. Too late for sorry. Now goodbye. Breath goes dry. I will cry when I remember you will die.
Oh, there we go, chat. Good morning, chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to episode of this malicious morning nonsense chat. We got a lot to go over today. I couldn't even fit it all in one title. We're going to go over a lot today, chat. I got all these videos, all these things to go over, all these topics. Things are changing. Things are exploding in a good way, chat. Everything seems to be very interesting. Very interesting the way things are proceeding, especially after the Supergirl movie landed, and it seems like everybody hates that movie. Like everybody hates that movie. I just it doesn't matter what background you have, what politics you have. It's like it was a universally agreed upon to be a terrible movie. So interesting times. We're coming to interesting times. We're not even just having a girl as the main character as enough of a defense, because it used to be like that once upon a time, where all you had to do was put some gay character or minority character or minority gay woman character in there, and boom, you get instant defense, an instant brigade of the Twitterati to come in and defend you no matter what it is. They don't even know what the hell they're defending, but they're defending it, because all you got to do as a Twitterati is say, is this blurt out misogynist, racist, homophobic, all that stuff. You don't really have to know what you're defending. You have your set of you got your Twitter kata ready to go. Racist, homophobic, transphobic. You got everything to go. So basically, as long as they know that the movie has a main character, it's a woman or something like that, then they can just go out there and defend whatever. So it's interesting that way. Very interesting that way. But let's see. All right, got this going on here, Chad. Lots of stuff to go over today. But here we go. Interesting times. Let's see. Carla Batista, good morning to you. Good morning to you, Carla Batista. Good morning, LD and Bezchat. Hello to you. Gunblade Knight says, good morning, LD and Bezchat. Praise be to Space King. Absolutely. Carl Debbie God says, good morning, everyone. I'm back at work now, but I have no internet at my new place. It has those cable outlets, but none of them seem to be working. That's interesting. Hope to get this resolved soon. Already missed 2 D&D sessions. Well, that sucks. I have those D&D sessions ready to go. But hopefully you can get that resolved. That does suck, having no internet. It does suck, and especially today, because not only do you need that kind of for work, but you also need it for, leisure time, too. Hello, Dakota Ketchel from Rumble. Good morning, Lit and Rumble Chat. Another Monday has arrived. What dons does he have for us today on the green tube? You'll see. A lot of good stuff. Dakota, good morning, Aldine Bishop. I am winning. I got a week off. Nice. First one in 2 years. And I'm using it wisely to do some writing and some long put off chores. Very cool, Dr. Crow, and well done. Book column, book column, book column. Good morning to you. Hello to book column. Hello to you. Wolf, get your coffee. Grill Mars says, good morning, everyone. Don't forget to get your workouts in. Absolutely. Get buff, everyone. Riches says, hello, everyone. Hello to you. Siege Guards also get your coffee. It's been a long time since I last was here. Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back, Riches. Rich, it's a welcome back indeed. I see we're sharing tronics this morning. All going to be a hot around here this week. Fantastic. I mean, it is the summer, and that's a good thing in the summer, right? It's a that's a good, excellent thing in the summer, I'd say. But stay cool as well as you can. Get your ice cream, get some nice iced tea. But you're in the south, so you're in the southern area of America. Get some cool iced tea, sweet tea. Some her sweet tea. It's a Megathon says, good morning, LD and Best Chad. My summer schedule has changed. Due to heavy renovation at my school. The board is shipping into another school for July. Should still be around for nonsense. Well, that's pretty good. Hopefully they get paid more. Usually when they have to move you, right, they pay you more. Like a little bump in pay to make up for the inconvenience. Hopefully that's the case. Carl Tucker says, hi all, what a weekend. I've been going through some old-ish fiction. Think I know where I'm going to go with the story now, which quite frankly is a relief, having it twisted myself into knots. Well, that's good. I mean, it's again, Neil Gaiman made this reference or this comparison, and it's pretty true. It's like when you're writing a story, it is like a road trip. You want a destination, right? You can have a lot of cool like stop-offs on the side of the road, like some cool attractions, but you should always be going to destination. But just like a road trip, you kind of want to know where you're going, right? You kind of know where you want to go, and if you don't, it's very frustrating because you don't really have a road trip without a destination. Not really. It's a number says, good morning. Hello to you, Chad. I am winning today. Well, fantastic. That's good to hear. Numbers. Borley says, good morning, LD and Breast Chat. Hello to you. What's a bum says, morning, folks. You done goof when your movie is so bad. The shills are shitting on it. Though the self-felting of Angry Joe is pretty funny to watch. Yeah, it was weird. Like, what the hell is he doing? He's like, you guys are all hating on this movie. And then he's like, yeah, you hate on the movie. I hate on it properly, though. Because he said, I reviewed this movie and gave it like a 4 out of 10. And so, like, it's okay when you hate it, Angry Joe, but no one else can. No one else is allowed to hate it. It's kind of funny that the Angry Joe is getting angry with people getting angry. That is pretty funny. That's a pretty funny circumstance. Like don't you remember your name was Angry Joe? That's how you made your money, being angry at things. It's Abershoni. Good morning. Depends on what counts as winning. We'll check it out. The facet says, good morning, LD and Best Chat. Hello to you. Like the same writer for Supergirl. She's also doing damage at House of the Dragon. Even the fan fiction isn't worth reading anymore. How disappointing. That's pretty bad when even the fan fiction isn't worth reading anymore. But the one who didn't they check it out, and the girl is doing the writing for Supergirl. Like she has like no credits. She's basically just like a nepo baby, or she got there through other means. Like she really have any credits. I think I saw someone look her up and like, oh, maybe she has some credits on this other show. Like, no, she was an actress on other shows. She's never written anything like this before. Like, talk about privilege. You get this going on. You get your first first thing is your Supergirl. Like the first thing you do is write for Supergirl. I mean, that's privilege. I mean, it can't be that she was just that good, or that this is is this a normal low budget thing? Like, no, this is a high budget, high stakes movie, and they gave it to this lady. Why? And, just because it's Supergirl does not mean you got to get a woman to write it. Right? It's still a superhero movie. It's for men. J.S. Pena says, good morning. Hello to you. Exum Legum says, hail Litcan. Hail Best Chuds and hail Monday Demon. Hello to you, Exum Legum. Shannon says, good morning, LD and chat. It's a vanilla chai morning. Well, that sounds pretty good. And see, Vinyo Nisha, good morning, LD and chat. I'm slowly trying to type out in between the loads. I drive with in my truck. At least I got you on the ride. Fantastic, Vinyo Nisha. Fantastic. Sounds good to me. We'll do our best to entertain. Awesome. And see who's next. Garth Hughes says, yo, LD and chat, things are crazy so far. Say no to Kids Act. Take down flock cams and save your privacy. Yeah, that'll be pretty good. saying privacy is pretty good. They like to just dive into your privacy and violate it as many times as they possibly can, based on, well, we're trying to protect the kids or whatever. How about to let the parents do that? Read by Nature says, "Hail Litdev and company." Hello to you, hello to you. The Will says, "In my hypothetical reasoning, James Gunn wants to ruin DC and puts in less effort to Supergirl. I mean, he didn't even do Supergirl. It was a bunch of women. A bunch of women had handled Supergirl, and it was it ended up like the submarine that women built. That got crushed into like a tiny tin can, and it killed like a billionaire." It's Inspector says, "Good morning, LD in chat." Hello, Team Inspector. Good morning, good morning. Sherman says, "I'm in Connecticut, LD. We have air conditioning, ice cream, iced tea, lemonade, and Kool-Aid. We'll be testing them later this week with 100 degrees Fahrenheit." Yeah, same here. Same here. I got ice cream. I got air conditioning. I could dunk on the UK. We're like, okay, heat wave. The UK government has decided that during a heat wave, like a record heat wave, like we're going to ban air conditioning. They're just laughing at their own people now. They're just laughing at them. And Wolf says, "Angry Jose wants the movie to win so badly, and it didn't." Midland says, "Sorry, LD, due to my collective bargaining, us janitors work at the abroad, not individual schools. So no, oh man, that sucks. So no pay increase, but they can send me more than one town over. Well, at least they can't send you more than one town over. I mean, at least they're not sending you across the country or anything. That'd be really inconvenient, especially if they don't really reimburse you in any way. That sucks. But well done, Megalithon. Hope good luck. Hope it goes well. Marjorie says, "Good morning, chat. Remember, it takes hard work, but you can always get in shape. It just hit the full plate on the bench. Oh, nice. That took 3 months, but you got it. Got it done. Well done, Mario Trujillo. Well done." And see, she's Megalithon says, "Little Platoon said she did tether stuff." That's the jab. Read by Nature says, "What's funny about the actress who with no credit is she got the job on a pitch Supergirl script and threw that out and made her adapt Tom King's story." Man, that sucks. Imagine being so bad they have to make you adapt a Tom King story. It's just we all know Tom King is awful, but he's not as bad as you. It's what they said. So Shadow Dancer says that they're banning the use of AC because they say they don't have the grid to handle the demand. Well, neither does Texas, but they didn't ban anything. They're just trying to deal with it. Number says, "The tell the truth, LD, the UK banned the AC for lower class." They just banned it for the low class, so the rich people can have all the AC they wanted. Interfame says, "You're banning the sale of beer in France. How do you ban beer in France? Because of the heat? Because of the heat? What does that have to do with the other? Pure authoritarian dystopia in the old world." And see, it says, "Apparently China dunked on the UK with a photo of the poorest area having AC." Well, that's pretty funny. All right, chat. I got a couple things to go over, so let's go over them. First one is a really short video by Hirohei. Modern audiences just got wiped out. Modern audiences have been taking a toll. They're getting obliterated. The modern audience. Now, if you remember, the modern audience does not exist. Okay, so the modern audience is a fake term used to say that they want to use, so they don't have to say me, right? So they don't have to say me. So when they say for modern audiences, they really mean for me. That's what modern audiences mean. They can't actually say for me specifically because that'd be too selfish. I'd be too like on the nose. Because if they went out and told the truth and said, we're making this multi-million-dollar movie, a multi-million-dollar movie, and like a really famous character, we're making this famous character's movie that's multi-million-dollar, we're making this movie for me. If they actually said that, then the studios would be like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be making for fans, not yourself. That's crazy. So they came up with the term modern audiences for this hypothetical modern audience, when really it's just for them. Right, that's what it really means. So check this out, chat. The modern audiences got nuked, apparently. We'll check it out.
Recently, there was rumors that Bungie was going through some mass layoffs. Well, those rumors have been confirmed. Yesterday, Bungie posting this announcement. Some people criticizing them for trying to put so much blame on Destiny 2. Top responses ridiculing them in various ways. For example, this tweet with 7,600 likes saying, "I wonder what happened," showing this comparison image from the top the bottom where they say Happy International Women's Day from Bungie, celebrating our women and non-binary developers. Right below that one, another
Like, it can never be just women. It has to be women and non-binary, or women and trans, or women and gay. Like, they all go to like women is a sexuality and not like the other gender. They always be paired together. Like, we're celebrating, so Happy International Women's Day. We're celebrating our women and 9 non-binary developers. Like, no, it's Women's Day, not non-binary day. Okay, you have every single day of the year. Women get one day, but also, man, no wonder our games suck. Man, come on. It is pretty funny that it's on International Women's Day. It has to be women and non-binary developers. Like, why are non-binary developers in here?
tweet with 1,700 likes saying, "Were there any Latin AEOX employees affected?" This company is such a joke. That's right. They were using this terminology, including Pippa's favorite word, Latinx. Another with 2,700 likes reading, "It's hard to believe you made one of the greatest franchises ever with Halo."
That's crazy. Hold on.
Oh, that's right.
What is this terminology? Being Latin EOX. Is like Latin going to be the next LGBT? Like, we're going to just keep adding on letters till the end of Latin? They're really trying to colonize Hispanics, aren't they? Like, they're just trying to cut off the nuts of Hispanic men and try to warp everyone's minds. All the Hispanics must be non-binary freak shows. What is this? What do we mean, Latinx? Like, what is? Why are we adding so many letters to the end of Latin? What the hell?
They were using this terminology, including Pippa's favorite word, Latinx. Another with 2,700 likes reading, "It's hard to believe you made one of the greatest franchises ever with Halo." What?
Yeah, they used to be testosterone-fueled awesomeness, but now they're just corporate gay. They're corporate gay.
Went wrong? And there's this one I've cited multiple times.
Their nuts have been long gone.
This is from this year, months ago, when Bungie was talking about how George Floyd inspired them to create better.
George Floyd? What does George Floyd have anything to do with video games? George Floyd?
African American hair texture in their games. And I actually just found this for the first time looking up the last thing I showed you. This popped up too. So they were doing a Destiny 2 reveal years ago, and you can see they had a countdown timer up to the reveal, and it's just a bunch of virtue signaling. Great job, Corpos. But here's where things got really crazy because
geez, this looks awesome. Let's do this.
Within hours of Bungie announcing their layoffs yesterday, the official White House account posted this meme overtly mocking Bungie.
I love the current White House, like the official White House, being run by a genius.
Saying "Eyes Up Guardians," a Destiny phrase, and showing the Destiny character selection.
It is pretty funny. I did hear about the whole layoffs thing. We're celebrating International Women's Day, where we're celebrating all of our women and non-binary devs. By the way, we're having tons and tons of layoffs. Interesting. Now, why would you lay off a bunch of people? It must be because no one's buying your crazy games anymore. They don't really want to pay down what's 60 to now $80 to $100 for your gender crash out. I don't think we want to do that. Like, I barely want to pay $20 to go see someone's gender crash out in movie form. I just don't want to do that.
Screen right here.
Like, after seeing the Amazing Digital Circus finale, I'm really, really glad I didn't pay money to go see that in theaters. What a waste of money that would have been.
Now, I gotta admit, this came off kind of cringe to me, a little bit too try hard. Like, I didn't feel bad for Bungie at all. That part's funny, but like White House engaging in like a pop culture reference, I'm like, oh,
this is awesome. I like this.
Okay. But then the AAA gaming industry and their corpo journalist buddies got all offended at that post, and now I think the whole thing's funny. Now it's not even cringe. Now them getting...
It's not cringe. They know what they're doing. They knew that this would spark a huge reaction, and it did. Because all these people are just baby brain weirdos. They're children who never grew up. They never moved past the level of maturity that you have in high school. So, of course, they're going to react to this. They can't just be like, haha, funny, or whatever. They have to react to it. They have to write articles. They have to make a big deal about it. Because of course they do. Of course they have to fire back. They can't let the chuds win. But hold on, I want to show you this, chat. I want to show you this. Someone made a really good point, and it's really funny. It's really funny stuff. But And hold on. So after like the all these bomb movies where they're trying to own the chuds, trying to own the incels or whatever, uh, they go the Jewish producers after dropping a movie that bombs the box office to own the incels. Um, it just came to my mind that Hollywood, the American comic book industry, entire franchises like Bungie and everything, all their franchises and stuff like that, have brought themselves to the brink of ruin trying to own the incels, and it's hilarious. Like it's all these gigantic franchises and money powerhouses have brought themselves to ruin trying to own the incels, and all the incels have to do is exist. All the chuds have to do is exist, and like it's not really affecting us that much. Like it's just we get annoyed because you're destroying our heroes or whatever. And that's bad. That's bad culturally. But the thing is, we can like I hate that. Anyway, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm gonna go over here now. I'm gonna go to anime and manga and get my stuff from there. Meanwhile, they're stuck with like multi-million-dollar bills. Like they're stuck with just detriments that they pay off. Like they have to pay off hundreds of millions of dollars in losses. So I mean, in these like major blockbuster movies, they're losing hundreds of millions of dollars. So it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy, but they've done this. This is what happens, Chad. As I always said before and over again, this is what happens when you produce things out of hate and spite as opposed to love and passion. There's a big difference because they're making a lot of these movies just to anger the incels or get back at the chuds or to own Trump or whatever, or to own all the Trump supporters. So they they just angrily and immaturely make their stuff to anger all of us or whatever. And so their products become poison. They come out corrupted, nasty, disgusting, like putting a bunch of salt on a pie instead of sugar. Like that's what it tastes like. And they use salt instead of sugar in their hypothetical pie or metaphorical pie, I would say, and they serve it to everyone because that's what happens. This pie isn't meant to be served to just the incels or the chuds. It's meant to be served for everyone. So they serve their pie, everyone gets a piece of pie, everyone tastes the salt instead of sugar, and everyone spits it out. And then they're going, haha, take that, incels. So like the 5 incels who arrive, maybe eat the pie and are annoyed. Thing is, you as the baker, you made that pie really high quality or whatever, or you paid top notch for the ingredients. So basically you ruined your own pie, and at the end of the day, everyone hates you, and you're left with a gigantic bill for all the ingredients you spent, all the ingredients you used, right? So the thing is, they've ruined themselves to own the chuds, to own the incels, and they're on the brink of ruin, and they're just dancing and celebrating. Haha, we own the incels again. Meanwhile, they're like, they need to be with 10 roommates and have 40 jobs. Because I'm not even exaggerating here, because this has happened. And speaking of all of this, all this nonsense, people like Heather Antos have come back into the fray, come back into the news because of her failed attempt to cancel another person, which didn't work out at all, because all she got in return for her cancellation attempt was ridicule and mockery, which is pretty funny. But thing is, this is what happened. This is what happens. They just ruined themselves. And it's just they're left with nothing but ruins and people walking away, no fans, no nothing. It's just all destructive. All destructive. It's a Call of Batista. Thanks for $10 super chat. Appreciate it. The Bungie that made the good games like OG Marathon games and the OG Halo series are a bunch of guys in a basement. Yeah, it's kind of where it starts. And themselves on nothing but pizza and beer. You need chuds to make a good game. That's kind of where it all started. It all started with like some male nerd or a group of male nerds making something great. And then it rises to popularity. And then suddenly everyone demands that people are owed things, right? People are owed representation or owed a place in your company. This is what happens, by the way. The same thing happened with Critical Role. Critical Role this exploded in popularity. That's what happened. It exploded in popularity, and then it got a lot of attention, and suddenly the fans, well, not the fans, but some people were like, "Oh, this was fun and all, but you kind of owe it to other people to be in there. Like, where's all the minority characters? Like, where's all the minority casts? Um, why don't you have any black people in the group? You know, that sort of that's what they said. They were saying that we need, and some of your storylines and things were problematic. So suddenly, they do a second campaign and then the next campaign, and each time they move forward, they become more and more corporate. They become more and more woke. Suddenly, they have to have more, have to have guests who are minorities and stuff like that, and everything in there. They have to make sure that the plots and the storylines are corporate sanitized so they won't offend anybody. Could you imagine having like some critics? You get with your friends, right? And you go to your buddy's house and you play D&D. And then on the couch somewhere are like some people who are not playing but are just critics. Why didn't your friend group have more minorities in it? Why is a DM's story that he made for you and that you're playing through not appeal to me? Like, why isn't he trying to cater to my sensibilities? That would be so weird, right? And that's kind of what it was, because Critical Role began that way. It began kind of like, what if we like filmed a bunch of friends playing D&D? That was it, and the friends just all happened to be like really famous voice actors and people who people knew, right? And they also happened to be trained in improv and things of that nature. So it wasn't just like a bunch of friends randomly streaming together. It was a bunch of people who knew how to work with each other. They were friends, and they were all like professional actors, voice actors. They did improv, things like that. So, and it was really good. But imagine having some critics like critique your friend group, critique your own personal game of D&D. Because remember, they didn't begin at the beginning in the first one, like the one that I think it's called I forgot what is it called. The first campaign. The first campaign began during gameplay. Like it was not the beginning of a campaign. It picked up where they left off last time. This happened to be the first episode of Critical Role. So all these guys are just like all these. Yeah, it begins as a group of friends. It doesn't have to be men necessarily. It just usually is, but it begins as like a grounded group of friends, and all of a sudden it gains popularity, and suddenly people assert that they are owed things, not the group, but they themselves, like the audience. That shouldn't you have like a gay character in there? We got to have more homosexuality in there. We got to have it has to be more safe. I don't feel safe watching this campaign because we need more minority guests or whatever. Where's are the black people in your group? It's so crazy that they would make these assertions and demands, and then the thing is, they have to appeal to that. So the whole thing of D&D becoming super woke or whatever is not necessarily Critical's fault. That's at the beginning. It's the audience's fault. However, it's Critical Role's fault on their end because they cater to these people. And that's kind of it. Stop catering to these people. These people are driven by hatred and vitriol and poison, and when you let them dictate how your creation goes, how your creativity, the direction your creativity marches, how you make things, what you consider, it's poisoned. Like if you're going into a story or a campaign or whatever it is, thinking, oh, well, how will this look? How will this reflect gay people? How will this reflect black people? How will this reflect our sensibilities? Then you're going down the wrong direction. You are going down the dark path of poison. Okay, it's poison. It's poisoning your artistic integrity and your creativity. If you are thinking like, okay, well, how would this make the story better? How would this raise the stakes? How would this make my character feel, or my players feel more immersed in the world? If you're thinking on those terms, you're good to go. But if you're thinking like, oh, well, I shouldn't really have this because it might reflect badly on gay people as a whole. I shouldn't reflect. Like if you have like a traditional bad guy, right? If you have a traditional male bad guy who's usually a guy devoid of masculinity, like for example, Scar from Lion King or Frollo from Hunchback of Notre Dame, like they're all like very lanky, effeminate guys. No real masculinity to them. People have made videos on this. They made videos on this where it's like, oh, Disney is homophobic because all their male villains are very gay coded or something like that. But no, they're not gay coded. Like Disney villains are not gay coded. They are just men who are evil, and evil men are devoid of masculinity. Like, traditionally, they don't have to be, but a really good way to depict an evil man is by removing the masculinity from him, making him like soft. What was it? Effeminate, making him very effeminate. That's how you know he's evil. And see, but nothing but yeah, this but all these things you start off and like they're like friends, like George Lucas was not setting off to make a sci-fi epic. He was not, well, he kind of was, but he was not like George Lucas did not begin by saying, I want to make the next big franchise. No, he loved these old school serials. Like he loved like the Flash Gordon and something like that. His old school movies and stuff. And he was a student of Joseph Campbell. He's like, I'm going to write a really cool sci-fi story, and he did. And it was just so many more complexities. Like it wasn't just George Lucas that made this masterpiece. It was more than that, a lot more. Like he has original drafts, he has original versions. It's like I had with Lady Midnight. He had a ton of original versions of original ideas he was going to go with. Like instead, it wasn't Skywalker, it was Star Killer. That's how it starts out. And then you get more corporate as things go on. You get more sanitized. You get more. You have to deal more with the charts and what are people saying? When really that's another trap. It's poison. It's poison every single time. Every single time. It's so easy to follow because evil is not fair. It's so easy to bend the knee to this nonsense because it feels emotionally correct, right? It feels emotionally right. You don't want to be a dick, so like, oh yeah, I'll put some more of this in there, but it's all artificial. Like if you just shove in like some minority character in there, it's artificial. It's not going to be real, and it's going to feel that way, and your audience is going to feel it. Like you're just adding it in there. It's the same principle as adding in a character or element or whatever, based on your personal needs. Like if you are an author and you just put something in there because you want it to be in there, not because it feels right, then it's the same principle. People are going to pick up on it. Like what was the point of this character? What was the point of this event? What was the point of that? It's going to feel awkward. But yeah, it always begins this way, and then it gains popularity, and suddenly the interest groups say they're owed something because of your popularity. It's like, why? Why are you owed anything? If you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. You don't have like this. The whole thing of you better change things to suit me is such a narcissistic and modernistic view. Let the artist create. Allow the artist to maintain his artistic integrity. Lady Sosa Ball says, I think the word you're looking for is demoralize. Yeah, that's what the whole thing was. They're trying to demoralize people. But the thing is, people, once they're demoralized, they go away. And you're just left with hundreds of millions of dollars of burned up money. The Forces. Good morning, LD and Best Chat. Liquid Sonic made an interesting video on downfall of Jim Sterling. I highly recommend it. Jim Sterling. Is Jim Sterling still around? I haven't heard Jim Sterling in a long time. I just know he went trans and everyone hated him. And that was it. And it really is bothering Jim Sterling because he's trying so hard to seem unbothered by it. And it's very obvious. But anyway, chat, we're almost done with this. But let me go back here. But yeah, I just wanted to point that out that, yeah, it just came to mind that, again, anyway, that all of these companies and franchises are just sacrificing themselves on the altar of woke, trying to own the chuds. And ultimately, they might annoy us a little bit, I guess, but they're the ones paying the bill at the end of the day. They're the ones doing all the layoffs. They're the ones having to fire people. They're the ones getting stuck with hundreds of $1 million in losses. Meanwhile, we might be annoyed a little bit. We're marching off to anime or whatever. And that's it. That's kind of it. And they're just so ultimately speaking, they're just kind of destroying themselves for wokeness. And it might feel emotionally right, but it's poison to your artistic integrity.
Mad at it. Now it's actually just hilarious. So good job. You guys are mad. Wonderful. PC Gamer actually wrote this. Amid mass layoffs at Bungie, the official White House X account issues sociopathic Destiny 2 meme. And you can just tell the journalist that wrote this is seething, like palpable seething from the journalist and their journo buddies. Well, let's check on the other side of things. Check on some of the people that got laid off, such as this trans dragon. who said they were a game designer on the raid and dungeon team at Bungie, writing, I too am part of this round of layoffs at Bungie. It's been real, y'all. Then you have this person who labels themselves as a white she-it trans femme cretin, who said Bungie and Sony deemed me too powerful to continue working for them and fearing for their very lives have loosed me upon the world. And that takes us to this furry they game dev who had said, well, the fear was real. Just lost my job. Gonna take the week for Anthrocon.
Oof. Oh yeah, I kind of got off track a second ago. But with Heather Antos, right? The reason I can bring it back up because of the recent controversy with her, which she tried to cancel another artist recently, but got a huge backlash because he's being transphobic on during Pride Month. But here's the thing: Heather Antos is also one. I think it's Heather Antos and her crew, like the Milkshake crew, like some of those, like Max Visaggio also. Heather Antos was also complaining a lot years ago. This is years ago, but she was complaining that you can't make money in comics, like it's impossible. So on one hand, like we took over comics, ha 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 ha, and then they're also saying comics are booming and they've never been greater than they are now. Like this, comics are making so much money and having so many more sales than they ever have been in the history of comics. But on the other hand, there's out there complaining that you can't make money in comics. You can't. Kelly Sue DeConnick's like you can't make money until they get to the trades. And Kelly Sue DeConnick mocks people who are saying comics are booming because they're not. But Heather Antos was like the one saying, this outright admitting that you can work in the comic book industry. You could work for DC and Marvel, but you also need like 2 other jobs just to make ends meet because probably the living area, but you can't make a living in comics, not professional comics anyway. That's it. She said that. Heather Antos said that. So on one hand, like, haha, chuds, we're in comics, we're controlling it, and everyone loves our woke crap. On the other hand, they're saying, oh no, I need to have like 3 roommates and 3 jobs other than comics. Like it's hard to make ends meet. They're saying this stuff. So it's not just conjecture. They're actually saying this stuff. And after living with like 5 roommates and everything. So yeah, it doesn't really seem like they're liking, no one's liking your stuff. There's also the news that came down also years ago. I'm going off of years old memory, but there's also the whole thing of the royalty system. The royalty system, how it was explained in this whole segment was that DC or Marvel, I forget which one it was, they make a bunch of sales, right? And once a certain threshold is hit, that's when you start getting royalties as a creator. So I guess it's like enough to get their money back or something. And then once a threshold is hit, they'll start kicking you some royalties. However, nothing was making that level. Like nothing was making that many sales. So they actually lowered the threshold. Like they lowered the threshold for the creators, so they don't really have to sell as many before they start getting royalties. And still, they could not hit this. Still, they could not hit those goals. They couldn't do it. And so it's really funny to see, to have a peek through the window, because this whole woke side is these bad actors will say they want to paint the picture that everything's great, their life is great, that their woke stuff is, everyone loves it, everyone is just embracing all their inclusivity and corporate crap. And the thing is, it's all artificial. It's not real, because behind the scenes, they're like they have to have like 4 jobs and 10 roommates, and they're going broke. Like Max Visaggio had to, like, the celebrated writer Max Visaggio, who everyone has to hire because he's trans, or because Max is trans or whatever, has more than once, I think more than twice, has had to ask for a GoFundMe, not for some big surgery or like to move or something big, to pay household bills. A writer who was hired who had a TV show called Vagrant Queen on Sci-Fi. I don't know if you remember that, but Max Visaggio had a TV show called Vagrant Queen on Sci-Fi. It was canceled almost immediately because it was so bad. But it's like, you have TV shows. Yeah, you work for the big mainstream industry. You're rubbing elbows with people like Sean Gordon Murphy, who wrote the White Knight Batman series. and it was celebrating. It was selling millions of, I think millions of copies, like a ton of copies at the very least. Okay, like you have to be hired because you're trans. Like they can't say no to you, and still, has to ask more than once for household bills. That is pretty insane. That's pretty crazy. That's going to show you that exactly a peek into how things really are behind the scenes. That how things really are. These people might be setting themselves up as, oh, they're great influencers. They're big names in the industry that everyone loves their inclusivity, how the direction they took comics. But the reality is there's nothing. It's all a fabrication. It is a mirage. They're trying to keep you believing. No one cares. Really, no people have turned away. So many people have turned away that there's no way, even years ago, there was no way they could actually make a living in comics. It's a Garfield's Bizarre Adventure. Thanks to the $5 chat says, what are your thoughts on EVS creating creepy AI deepfakes on Hollywood celebrities kissing? I mean, you know how long it took those to make those videos? Probably like 5 seconds. So, and it's funny. I just think it's funny because it makes them angry, and it's all you gotta do is like make them angry on your off time. I thought it was pretty funny. I would never think to do that, but I thought it was pretty funny. Thanks for the 5. Everybody, Mags also tried to cancel Sean Gordon Murphy. Yeah, she tried to cancel Sean Gordon Murphy, someone who allegedly helped him with medical bills. Apparently, love bombing was his crime. Yeah, that was literally without exaggeration. Without exaggeration. That's what happened. So Sean Gordon Murphy and Mags Dacio were like, you know, they had pictures together and whatever. And suddenly, Magnus tried to cancel Sean Gordon Murphy by saying, "Oh, he was love bombing. He was grooming me." Magnus Dacio was like, "Oh, he was grooming me with his love bombing," and that was the crime of Sean Gordon Murphy. Of course, I don't think it ever amounted to much because that's dumb, but it was an attempt that was made. It was an attempt that was made,
and then go hard on searching. And so when I went over to Blue Sky, checking to see people talking about being laid off, well,
is anyone actually on Blue Sky? It kind of feels like it's not, like people aren't really on there. I think they even admitted that people aren't really on Blue Sky. Like Blue Sky is basically just for people to take snippets from Twitter and argue about them over there.
Those were the first 3 people that popped up. Let's return over to Twitter now, because there's another end of the story that we'll have to take a look at back over there. As Nurgle's Greatest Warrior, of course, chimed in on this, posting "Welcome home" with a classic fries in the bag Pepe, which really set off this Twitch streamer in particular named One Peg, who responded to Asmongold writing, "Some of the most talented artists, animators, writers, and coders on the planet. We just lost our jobs. Nearly talentless that guy who got lucky enough in content creation to make it." Yeah, dude, if you're a DEI
lucky enough, yeah,
hire, you totally are the most talented person deserving of that job. But if you're Asmongold, oh, you're less than nothing. You didn't.
Yeah, if you're DEI, actually he's a qualified. He's actually qualified. Like, no, we've seen the effects of DEI. They're not qualified. They just kind of fit a checklist. But then this guy who made millions of dollars and millions of followers on Twitch or whatever. No, this guy lucked into it.
Work for any of that. And an absolutely hilarious response here that reads, "Asmongold is so talentless that you're partnered with the talent agency he co-founded." Just, it's over.
The thing about Asmongold, the reason why people like him is because he's authentic. Like, he'll tell you, he might disagree with him, you might dislike the guy, you might find him disgusting, but he'll tell you what he's thinking. He'll tell you exactly what he's thinking. And that's kind of what people gravitate towards in this world of inauthenticity, this world of fake corporate smiles and shallow personalities. It's people with authentic opinions, authentic reactions, and will tell you his authentic feelings that are gaining the attention, because people are tired of the fake corporate crap. And we can sense it like that, like just in an instant. We can sense the fake corporateness. The fake nonsense, like, oh, this fake happiness, the fake smile, everything's positive. There's also another reason why I like Smiling Friends, by the way, because they have the whole like Squib episode, and he's like super positive, but you could tell it's like almost like very detrimental. It starts off kind of fine, and then it becomes very antagonistic almost, and then he gets shot, and everyone's like, yes. Kill Squib. That's what happened. That's what happened. Like, shoot, he's doing the Squib dance. Shoot him. And that's it. Because everyone hates the fake positivity. That's why Pym is so interesting compared to Squib, because Pym is authentically positive. He's authentically optimistic. That's just part of a personality. Squib is just cranking everything up to 11. And it's artificial and it's fake, and you can tell. Let's see. Siege Garden says, I may not like him, but I respect him. A guy that didn't like me, but I respected. He went to freelance for DC for a while. I may not like him, but I respect him. A guy that didn't like me, but I respected. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like they don't have to like him, but you can respect what they. It's like a little difference there. You don't have to like him, but you sometimes you just can't help but respect some guy. And see, like I said, what is making it in YouTube to these people? I don't know. But they're all laughing and they're all this like trying to cope with their loss because Asmongold's going to keep on trunking. He's going to keep on making way more money than they are. Because keep in mind, Asmongold is raking in the cash. He's raking in the cash, the views. He's dominating us on Piker. And then meanwhile, all these people who are trying to like put woke stuff and make woke stories and trying to ruin your heroes are barely making men's meat. They are not. They barely able. They need to ask for charity just to pay household bills. So no wonder they dislike Asmongold, because Asmongold is just telling it like it is, gaining tons and tons of money. Meanwhile, they're there trying to penny pinch. I think there's some old veterans, old woke veterans. Who's the guy who did Savage Dragon? I think that guy, or was it Eric Larson? Some guy. There was some guy. No, it was Joe Glass. I think it was Joe Glass. He was doing some gay comic or something. But he's like an older veteran, I think, of the industry. Am I right? I think he's an older veteran of the industry. And he was like saying something along the lines of like $20. You think he would be like a millionaire, but like $20, he said, is a life or death situation. Like something happened where he lost $20 or something like that, and he's like, I'm doomed. I'm dead. Like it's like $20 is that big of a difference to him. Now $20 is quite a bit, but for like someone of his stature, of his like of his experience, you would think that he would have more security, but he doesn't. He's like, this $20 was life changing for him. So you can kind of get a sense as to why they're trying to force the mockery and try to laugh at and demean Asmongold, because Asmongold is on the side of the chuds and he's raking it in. Meanwhile, they're on the side of the woke and they're hoping they can pay the power bill next month. I think it was Joe Glass. I don't think it was Eric Larson. I think it was Joe Glass. I'm pretty sure it was Joe Glass. Yeah, he's like doing some sort of like gay comic and stuff like that, and it wasn't really working out. Anyway, Chad, I got some of these to go over. I want to go over these back to back, 2 Critical Drinker videos. They're not very long, but they do cover some interesting topics. And the first one is the generalized Supergirl topic. So let's check that out. Chad. Here we go. Let's see.
Drank a shot glass full of chili sauce for a bet on a night out.
So yeah, everyone is disliking the Supergirl stuff. The Supergirl movie, not too good. Even the wokies, even the people who would have to defend it because it is a female protagonist, are not. A lot of them are just dunking on it. Critics are dunking on it, which is kind of crazy. But there it is.
And the resulting explosive ejection of liquid fire from my body the next morning was enough to have me praying to the gods of chaos themselves, anything to release me from the torment. But you know what? That was still more fun than watching Supergirl, partly because I won the bet, so at least I made some money out of it, but mostly because at least it was over quickly. Supergirl, on the other hand, stretched out into almost 2 hours of abject misery and boredom, and by golly, do you feel it. I was going to say you feel it by the end, but who am I kidding? I was feeling it after like 20 minutes.
I hate this. It is revolting.
Supergirl is...
What I know about this is that they what was it? They try to use Tom King's story, which already is a cry of desperation. And then also I've heard this is bland. It's just bland, safe corporate crap. That's what it turned out to be.
Everything we all feared it would be, and more. So much more. A cringy, cliched, tedious mess.
Oh, to Alex, hello, welcome. We just we went over how the modern audience is being dominated and destroyed. No one is buying the modern audience excuse anymore.
Of dull, lifeless action scenes that we've seen a million times before. That fucking face, man. One-dimensional characters with nothing even resembling arcs, the kind of safe, edgy humor that's become the hallmark of these factory-produced superhero flicks, all the usual played-out James Gunnisms that ran their course like half a decade ago, cinematography that looks like someone smeared the results of my chili sauce shot all over the camera lens, and a protagonist who's about as likable and empathetic as a British politician. In short, Supergirl is a fucking disaster. The wrong movie at the wrong time, based on the wrong source material, made by the wrong people and starring the wrong actress. But we'll talk more about that later. Believe that. Anyway, fuck it, let's just do the plot. So a series of flashbacks explain how Kara's father separated a chunk of Krypton called Argo City from the rest of the planet when it got destroyed. But oh no, it also released kryptonite or something, and everyone's slowly dying of radiation poisoning, so her parents send her and her dog Krypto off to Earth to meet up with Clark. But she's like, nah, I'm too cool for you, and spends most of her time dicking around on planets with red suns so that she can get drunk and party and look like the kind of girl you'd find passed out in a pool of her own vomit round the back of a nightclub on a Sunday morning. Wow, what's an inspirational character?
All right, well, I have not seen the movie yet, so I don't know exactly what it did wrong. Although I wasn't really having high hopes for that. I didn't think it was going to be great or anything. It looked like normal Marvel schlock. That's kind of what it seemed like from the trailers. It seemed like, okay, we have a little twist here where it's like, she's suffering and kind of mentally broken from seeing her whole entire world destroyed, which would be pretty devastating mentally. So I can understand that. An idea would be that she goes on a journey to overcome that, which doesn't really seem to be the case as far as I've heard. However, it's like, okay, it's interesting. She gets a little character arc. However, the other side of this is that every other part of the trailer, like outside of being told that she's being, she's on the mentally damaged from all that, right? It's just normal Marvel schlock. It's like, here's another romp of like a lot of flashing colors and random girl power moments. That's kind of it. It feels so generic. This Marvel schlock. They should have done something more uniquely DC, or uniquely Supergirl or Superman or whatever. Like Marvel has got that covered. Like Marvel has really hammered home all the space nonsense, all the cosmic crap. DC, I would say, is like the iconic whenever someone makes a superhero like a reference or mock superheroes, it's always Superman, right? It's always Superman. It's always like a parody of Metropolis, like all that stuff. So you stop copying Marvel. Stop trying to follow in the footsteps of Marvel. Like at least you try to do something that's uniquely Superman, because Superman is a leader here. He is the leader of the superhero genre. I don't care how well Marvel did or how successful the Marvel universe was. Superman is a leader. He is the superhero. You think a superhero, you think of Superman, right? You want to make a new superhero, you begin with Superman. That's why we have Omni-Man and Homelander. It's always Superman. It's always going to be about Superman. Stop. It's like you can't give the man more respect than just trying to copy Marvel. That's crazy. All right. So they should have just not copied Marvel. They should kind of just just try to keep it on Earth or one planet or something. All right. And then have some story take place there instead of, just going immediately into like cosmic stuff is too Marvel right now, I think. And so that's kind of what, to me, the only interesting aspect of the movie was that, okay, she's suffering from all this trauma from watching her planet get destroyed. And that's it. Everything else seems so generic, so uninteresting. Yeah, okay, this is another like a wallpaper superhero movie. That's about it.
Wait to see more of this. So we pick up with Kara celebrating her 23rd birthday by, you guessed it, getting drunk and partying. That's when she meets up with Ruthie.
Oh, like they do in mixtape. Like mixtape's all about that. It might as well just be mixtape the movie. It's just like that's all they do in mixtape is like either the drinking or smoking weed or looking for booze and weed and going to the next party. That's it. That's their entire lives. So it kind of feels that way.
Who's out to kill some dickhead named Krem in revenge for murdering her family. But Kara's like, nah, it'll be fine. But it turns out it won't be fine when Krem himself shows up and steals Kara's ship and shoots Crypto with a poison dart that'll kill him in 3 days if he doesn't get an antidote. Wow, that was lucky, wasn't it? Lucky the antagonist of the movie just happens to show up right after he's been mentioned. Lucky that he shoots Crypto with a slow-acting poison instead of just vaporizing him or something. Lucky this all creates the perfect setup for our reluctant hero to join forces with young, strong female character.
Right.
Anyway, so off they go to track down Krem and his gang of Mad Max rejects, and then Lobo shows up for like 5 minutes to give Jason Momoa something to do. Then they accidentally get...
I heard like Lobo's not even in the movie much. He's not even a major part of it. It's Eclectic. Okay, listen to $5 super chat. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. Let's see. WB hired Marvel slop James Gunn, and he produced Marvel slop for DC. Who would have thought? Glad people are starting to see him for the hack that he is. I kind of compare it to the Moffat thing, the Moffat situation that happened with Doctor Who, which is kind of like Stephen Moffat was pretty good. I liked his episodes in the early times. Like he made the something child, like what's it called, the Are You My Mummy? Like that one where he's in the mask, and like this the one where like everybody lives. That was a good one. That was like an iconic episode of the first season. And then he made like the Weeping Angels thing. It was pretty interesting. Like he did a lot of good, really, really cool, creative episodes. And then they handed him the reins of the show. And it became this like whimsical nonsense every single time. It got too much. I liked it for the most part, but it became too much, I think, especially in the later season before he kind of handed off the reins to someone else. It just became a little too much. He got too high on his own supply, you could say. Oh yeah, who would have thought? But it's like James Gunn was good when he's given the reins to what he's good at. Not Superman, but Creature Commandos. I like that one. Suicide Squad. I like that one. And basically, he's really good with handling a crew of morally ambiguous misfits. That's what he's good at. Should have kept them there, because that looks like. And I think I explained last time. It's like the difference between. It's like there's differences, right? Just because you're good at one thing as a creator doesn't mean you're good at everything. And I kind of explained that with the movie AI between Kubrick and Spielberg. That Kubrick and Spielberg individually really good creators, but each one of them envy the other's talents. Like Spielberg wanted to do a dark intellectual piece like Kubrick does, but he can't. That's not his forte. And Kubrick always wanted to do this lighthearted, family-friendly romp like Spielberg, but he can't because that's not his forte. It's not their personalities won't let them do that. What excites them won't let them do that. Now they could try. They might like the idea of it, but when they're actually doing it, if Spielberg actually tried to make a like hard-hitting, a dark intellectual piece, his personality will drive him elsewhere because his brain is not saying, "Oh, this is good, this is good, this is good." His brain is going like, "What? Yeah, but what if I did this instead?" And eventually, he'll keep doing that until we're back in the wheelhouse of whimsical, family-friendly stuff. It's just how it goes. So James Gunn is really good, I think, when he's handling a bunch of morally ambiguous misfits. But just because he's really good at that does not mean he's going to be really good at Superman or anything like that. And see. All right. Well, thank you much, Kelechi Oki. Appreciate it. Here we go. Sweeney says, hands down, yes, Sydney Sweeney would make a great Supergirl. My vote is for Power Girl movie. That'd be kind of funny. Like, Sydney Sweeney is like Power Girl. That'd be kind of interesting. It's a Kira Runte says, glorifying hedonism will only end when people have a coherent moral foundation. We have rulers they follow that paradigm. And they want to say that oh, this whole moralistic stuff is just, it's just nonsense your dad wanted. It's just like oppressive Christian stuff, but it's not. You need a good moral foundation for yourself, or else you're going to be lost. You're going to end up like a burnout or something like that. It's true. You need to have good morality. You need to have a good moral code, like a good moral, good ethics, to know not to just overindulge all the time. Voltitan Voltitan Dead says, "Hey, Lucha Devil, how are you doing? Pretty good. I'm just adding some finishing touches on my dream game and got the notification of the Monday stream. What I miss? Oh, we're just going over some wins the last couple of days. It turns out Supergirl movie tanking, Martin audience getting nuked by having like all the woke video game devs got like they went woke, boom, had to fire a bunch of people. It is inevitable.
Get an innocent family killed, and Kara gets sick from the green sun on this planet, but then she gets better, and there's a big fight where she stops Ruthie from...
That really is a lot of female-led superhero movies now. It's like, okay, she gets hurt, but then she gets better. That really, like, she has to work at it or get used to it or something, but she has like, okay, she failed, and then she won. No arc in between, just like, okay, it's time for her to win now, I guess.
Killing Krem because revenge is bad or something, but then she kills him anyway because she's not your typical...
I like to keep doing this with female main characters. Like, if they have a female character, they want her to go on revenge, because women love revenge. Women love revenge. They love it. They just gravitate towards revenge stories like flies to sugar, right? But thing is, well, men love revenge stories too, but it's kind of a little bit different. With men like revenge stories where the main character has been wronged, and he's seeking justice because no one would hand him justice, right? So like John Wick would be like, I need justice, but no one's going to give me justice. Like no one's going to take down Tarasov's son unless I do it myself. You know, that's usually how it's done. Like usually, that's how it goes, right? And I don't know what else. What else was there? So, but women just love revenge stories in general. As long as they're getting revenge. Well, here's the thing. A lot of, for example, like they have this, like according to what I've heard of Supergirl, and then also we have Last of Us Part 2, where it's like you go across, you get your revenge, and then suddenly we're supposed to learn the lesson of like revenge is bad. Okay, so it's like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. It's like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, where like they go off and kill a bunch of people and just do all kinds of annihilation, and that's about it. And then suddenly it's about the revenge is bad. Okay, you just killed like 4,000 people. Kill Bill is interesting because it's written by Tarantino, and who's a guy, and he's like, okay, well the main character has been wronged. And she's seeking basically justice that no one else will hand her, and that is Kill Bill. Now, it's very vitriolic. It's a little bit, it's very, very emotional driven. She's very angry, of course, and she's ruthless. She's ruthless, and she's a bad guy, kind of a bad guy trying to go after other bad guys. But you can feel with Beatrix Kiddo, like she was shot, she was betrayed, her kid was stolen. There's a lot of stuff that she has to deal with, and you can kind of understand why she would want revenge on these other bad guys. So what makes it interesting is that the bad guys are not good guys. Her enemies are not like, they didn't do this because it was the right thing to do. They did this because they are also evil and they want revenge. Bill wanted revenge, and everyone hated her out of jealousy. All the other snake assassins, Cobra assassins, or whatever they're called, the secret snake club, and they killed her for that. So these guys are also bad guys. And it's just that Beatrix Kiddo has like a better, more justifiable reason why she's going to go after them, as opposed to just, I hate you. Let's see. ZZZ for Black Rabbit says, hey, chat, and hello, Litty. Hello to you. Welcome. Kill Bill and Lady Snowblood was better. Yeah. So Kill Bill, it don't really hold any punches. Like this, the whole thing with Kill Bill, it's like, yeah, she got her revenge. Good. Suddenly, we're in this modern day era. Revenge is usually bad. It's usually poison, right? But the thing is, sometimes it's like, if it's justifiable, it's not really revenge. It's more like justice. And that's kind of what the Punisher kind of coasts on. The idea, it's not really revenge. It's more like justice that is being withheld from the public. And so but it's like this weird modern day thing of like, okay, my main character is going to go on a rampage of revenge and kill like tons of people and cause untold amounts of destruction. But at the end of the movie, she learns that revenge is actually pretty bad. She's not really taking any losses. It's just kind of like, oh, it's bad. I've learned my lesson. All right.
Superhero, and then she saves Crypto and goes back to Earth because she's decided it's finally worth her attention. And that's it. That's the plot for Supergirl.
It's all bullshit. All of it.
Now, I'd be lying if I said I went into this movie expecting great things from it, but I've got to admit, I was surprised. And the thing that surprised me most was how fucking shit the writing was. I mean, the dialogue is exactly what you'd expect from something like this. The usual mix of trite one-liners, desperate attempts at edginess, the kind of cringe meta humor that can only come from millennial Hollywood writers, and
Oh, by the way, chat. By the way, we started over our money goal for the week. We had our stream on Rumble on I think Saturday evening. We went over 3 episodes of Venture Brothers, and we went over the first episode of Knights of Guinevere. It was okay, I suppose. There was some things there that I found kind of annoying, and the writing and the look of it feels very Tumblrina, like heavy-handed, like heavy-handed Tumblrina. But it wasn't so bad yet. I'm like, okay, well it's fine. It was, however, kind of like very modern day, I would say. And what I mean by that is that the opening is not very explanatory. It doesn't really set you on too much, onto the story too much. It's like there's a princess whose dad is like Walt Disney, and she has like an android as a slave who kind of falls off and runs away, I guess. And then 2 random people find it, and she's like, "But the princess, the android is the like Mickey, basically the Mickey Mouse." And like every android, there's multiple Guinevere princess androids, and they all share the same memory, I think. So it's like, okay, I guess the story is going to be basically refinding the damaged and broken wonder that Disney used to represent before it went tyrannically corporate. And I do like that. I do think that's a very interesting way to go. Very interesting story. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But a lot of times they can't really stick the landing because they're too millennial to do so. That's what it seems like. They're going to end up with some sort of like gender crash out or something like that. Because that's kind of what millennial writing is. It's about some social issue. And they can't really stay on track. So, but we'll see. The first episode, I guess, they kind of set it up, and I'm like, okay, I'm willing to see where this goes. But we did it, chat. But don't forget, we're gonna have a Yu-Gi-Oh! GX stream on Tuesday. So tomorrow evening is going to be our Yu-Gi-Oh! GX stream on Rumble. We're going to watch 3 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, continuing our venture down that particular series. So it should be pretty fun. But for now, chat, we're back at it again. If we reach 400 by the end of the week, we will watch more Venture Brothers this weekend. And if we make 500 more Yu-Gi-Oh! GX this weekend, or this is coming week. It's a Volition Dev. Hello to you. It says, also known for Cub, but the father uses the samurai code when it offends him, while boistering about walking the path of demon to get revenge on the conspirator that framed him and took his job. Yeah. It's basically what it was. He's out for revenge. And in order to get that revenge, he kind of goes off to become an assassin. And he kind of willingly shrugs off his honor and like walks the path of a demon, knowing that, yeah, I'm no longer honorable, no longer walking the way of the samurai. It's like, I'm willingly a bad guy, and I know it. I'm going to do horrible things so I can get proper revenge on the Yagyu. I think they call the Yura Yagyu. And it's crazy. It's pretty interesting. I've read that saga twice, cover to cover, and it's a really good saga. But at the end, it's like, yeah, just I don't know if I should spoil it, but it ends very interestingly, and it goes to show you that, yeah, just your sins will catch up to you. Your sins will catch up to you for both guys. For both guys, I think it's Ritsudo and for Ritsudo and for Ido Ogami, like their sins will catch up to you. So it's a really good saga. I like it a lot.
Of course, those wacky Marvel quips. That's all par for the course in 2026, but it's the story that really lets this movie down. The plot is nothing but a series of and then coincidences, all strung together with the most flimsy justifications. The characters themselves are just along for the ride. Major events take place and people show up for no other reason than to make the rest of the plot happen. Kara gets sick and weak when she's exposed to a green sun in the second act low point, but then she just gets better when a yellow sun helpfully comes out. There's no particular trial she has to go through, no lessons learned, no difficult choices to make. The plot says that it's time for the big final battle, so it happens. Lobo shows up out of nowhere for like 5 minutes because he looks cool and the script needed some fan service and everyone likes Jason Momoa. And he does exactly what he always does, plays Jason Momoa. Honestly though, you could cut him right out of this movie and everything would play out exactly the same. In fact, I'm pretty convinced that the bulk of his scenes were added in post-production. Krem is just a generic bad guy who does bad stuff because, fuck it, who even cares? He's just there to give the rest of the characters something to do. There's no real substance to him, no big overarching plan or hidden justification for what he's doing. He's just a space pirate crossed with Mad Max. His death means nothing because his life meant nothing either. Jesus, who wrote this shit? Oh yeah, Anna Nogueira, a former TV actress whose writing credits amount to fuck all. I mean, literally, the only thing I could find about her was...
Here it is. She's done nothing, but was instantly handed the role of Supergirl for some reason. You know, people had to work back in the day. People had to work to get like the higher tier characters or higher tier jobs. But now all you got to do is know the right people. All you got to do is, fit the right politics, and boom, you get handed these giant characters, these big name characters to make your career for whatever reason.
We Win, a micro-budget short film from 8 years ago about a couple's relationship that unravels during a game of Mafia.
Son of a bitch!
Oh yeah, that totally justifies putting her in charge of a $200 million superhero blockbuster. You're seriously telling me you couldn't find anyone better qualified for this job than a failed actress who aged out of the industry with precisely one screenwriting credit to her name? Fuck off, James Gunn. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't cast your own wife in this just so you could watch her get railed by Lobo. Then there's Kara herself, who's apparently based on the not particularly popular Tom King run of comic books, which...
I bet she didn't actually read that. Is this for a photo op? It's like, okay, just turn to the middle of the book and we'll take a picture.
Which helpfully ignore half a century of character development to paint Kara as a...
Well, that just happened. Exactly.
Cringy punk rock anti-hero.
I hate this.
I mean, I can't say I'm surprised, to be honest. That little cameo she got at the end of Superman already told us what kind of an annoying arsehole she was gonna be.
Thanks for watching him, bitch!
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Not since the Marvels have I liked a main character less than this one. There's this weird feeling of mild desperation throughout the whole movie where they're trying so hard not to make her a Mary Sue that she just comes across as an annoying bitch who doesn't care about anything or anyone but herself. You know, the kind of girl who flips the bird with a mildly pissed off expression in every single picture she ever takes because she really needs you to know how much cooler she is than you? Well, that's basically Kara in this movie. It's horseshoe theory projected onto characterization, where going far enough away from something ends up looping you right back to where you started. An insufferable arsehole. They're trying so hard to paint her as this jaded, cynical, world-weary pragmatist who's tried and failed to be a hero and just wants to be left alone now, but it doesn't fucking work because she's like 23 years old. This is the kind of thing you do with a 50-year-old man, not some young girl who's just starting out.
I don't know. I mean, it could definitely, I mean, first of all, it's a girl, so she could definitely have like all this, rampant depression or whatever. We've learned that, high emotion, things like that. Especially if she's young and her emotions are just kind of like a crock pot, is overflowing and broiling. But the thing is, it should be the focus of it. It shouldn't have been like, I'm gonna go off and do XYZ. I'm gonna go save this girl's family. It should be, I'm gonna save this girl's family because I couldn't save mine. That sort of thing. I should have connected to that. And what I've heard is that it doesn't do that. That's not what happens. So but I disagree. You can have that. She could definitely be this way because of what she's been through already, which is I watched my entire planet die. I watched all my people die. So I don't agree with that. I think that she can actually be this way. I was kind of interested what they're going to do with it. It should have been, to me, the movie should be more focused on her and not like, here's a random girl to carry her onto a new plot. It should have been about her. She should have been driving it. The plot should have been about her, not her helping out some girl because her family got killed, but her herself, where she might be helping out several people or whatever. But I think it should have been more Supergirl focused in premise.
Like, how the fuck can you have a life of regrets when you've barely even lived a life to begin with? If they had to do some kind of anti-hero arc with her, they should have made her this rebellious, energetic, loose cannon who acts first and thinks later, convinced that she can help everyone, only to discover real life is more complicated than just punching the bad guy. You have to show us the fall so that we can cheer for the rise. Ultimately, for all the hype and controversy swirling around it, Supergirl is nothing but a depressingly bleak, horrible-looking, uninspired, generic superhero movie whose only USP turns out to be its biggest weakness. Yes, young women really can be messy, self-absorbed failures, but here's the thing this movie doesn't really get. They probably shouldn't. It's a movie that no one seems particularly excited for, pushing a character no one cares about in a cinematic universe.
That says Hollywood only understands emotion support pets 4 and 2 legs. Yeah, because they rate their men the same way too. Like the men are also just kind of exist to be emotionally support pets, and they're not really part. I mean, as much as feminists and everything like to complain about how the female characters of today aren't given any agency, when they write men, the men just exist to support them emotionally and aren't really characters themselves at all, which is fine because the story is about the main character, and the main character is a girl in that situation. So yeah, the guy doesn't really need his own arc or anything. He needs to play a role. It's just the only annoyance here is that, why is it one rule for you and not rule for me? Why is it a problem when men do it and it's a male main character? How come suddenly we gotta give Super Batgirl her own like opening segment of the Killing Joke so she can have agency? Like, why? We don't need that. It was terrible. It sucked. Why do we need to have that? Like, have they ever done that to a girl show where it's like, oh, this guy didn't have enough agency in the show. He's just a guy who exists to be her emotional support. We got to add on a segment to give him more character and all this stuff. Like, really? Who's that guy that Wonder Woman fell in love with? Where's his comic book? Where's his series? Like, how come no one talks about him anymore? Like, I mean, he just kind of arrives to be like the motivation for Wonder Woman. That's about it, which is essentially what women serve as in stories where the man is the main character, the motivation. Like, Superman needs to go rescue Lois Lane, right? John Wick's wife is dead. He wants to go, avenge her memory. Things like that. Like, that's why. How come whenever it's a guy, we can't just have the woman be a motivation? She has to have her whole character and everything to the point we have to ruin the Killing Joke. Why is that? So, yeah, it's fine. Like, if a man serving as a woman's emotional support in a story geared towards women is fine, because that's a role he serves in the story. Now, the situation is, how come men have to like deliver all these well-rounded women, even though their role in the story is to just die or something? Why is that the case? All right, they stop demanding things from stories made for men. All right, they're not, especially if they're not for you. Which is why I really liked Oda's response when all these women came into the One Piece franchise and like, oh, we demand that Luffy get a romance or whatever, and then Oda's like, no, this is a story for men and boys. Like, you can enjoy it, but I'm not changing it for you. Which is way better. It's a way better situation. Dark Shadow says she saw her world explode as an adult, so it harmed her more. Yeah. I have not seen the movie, but she has a good reason. Yeah, she has a good reason to be messed up, and that makes sense. And it's way better than if she was just like, like that. Because she was just a rebellious girl rebelling against a father that I guess she doesn't really have. So that's way better. I'd say. Way better. So it makes sense that she would be kind of messed up, kind of, weird, kind of a burnout, crash out. That makes sense. Now, what they do with it is the real problem. The execution of it is where the real test is.
Universe that's barely started, but already seems to be in its death throes. And well, Supergirl is nothing but another nail in the coffin. Anyway, that's all.
Go away now. All right, chat. So here's another Critical Drinker video where he goes over action movies and now and action scenes. And we're barely even getting started in the show. I mean, it's already an hour and a half in. We're barely getting started. But here we go, chat. Here we go. The Furious apparently is a good action movie. But we're going to go over the idea of action scenes because there's some interesting things that they're doing today that are kind of making action scenes kind of boring. And the thing is, to me, the ideal way to make action scenes should be studied from, not from John Wick, which, yeah, you can, but the originator of all of this was The Raid and The Raid 2, right? So The Raid and The Raid 2, I think, inspired John Wick and how the battle scenes are actually structured, because it does require structure. But Raid 2, really, really good studies on how action scenes are made, because the guy who made those movies kind of made sure that the action scene is not just a bunch of kicks and spins and punches. They actually kind of push the story forward and have stages in them. So the beginning of the scene, the middle of the scene, and the end of the scene. You kind of feel it with the music, by the way. If you watch Raid and Raid 2, you kind of feel the fight scene develop and the music develop alongside it. It's pretty interesting. So check this out.
Be found in simplicity, and that's true for movie making as much as anything else. Yeah, it's great to have mind-bending plots full of twists and turns and concepts that redefine the whole nature of reality for you, but damn, man, sometimes you just want to kick back with a nice simple premise and watch the action unfolds. For example, a bunch of cops get locked in a big building filled with bad guys and have to fight their way out. Or a different bunch of cops get locked in a different building filled with bad guys and have to fight their way out. Or in this case, a couple of guys out to rescue their loved ones from a criminal gang have to fight their way into a big building full of bad guys. And that right there is the premise for The Furious. Not to be confused with Fury or The Fast and the Furious. That being said though, Fury is a pretty fucking good movie. I should probably review it sometime. Anyway, The Furious is a Hong Kong action flick about a local handyman named Wang.
Oh, that makes sense. It's not an American movie.
Wang, who's mute, so he has to communicate with...
Hunter Ketcher says plenty of great leads in manga and anime, but have they considered taboo in the West? Probably. One thing about anime and manga that I have noticed is that I don't know what the hell is wrong with the West right now. I guess I do, but and I know that's something to say in general, but there's something really interesting that they're doing. They have been striving to do is make things look so bland and generic. They've strived to make everyone look, all the characters, all the scenery, even like the shows themselves, to look as colorless and generic as possible. Like they want to take away all the cool, colorful costumes of the superheroes. They want to replace those with like jackets and street clothes. Like they resent having to work with a character who wears such a flamboyant costume. Like you might get like the costume for like a second. They'll fight in it once, and then every other fight is like they're in street clothes. Like they resent this. Meanwhile, we have a bunch of anime and manga characters who are like really crazy and flamboyant and recognizable. Like they always have something. They always have something that you can remember. Like, oh, that guy with the horn mask, or the guy in the suit with the weird like black and white jacket or something. You know, something like the checkered jacket. Like there's always something memorable about manga and anime characters. In fact, to the point where we have a trope like, oh, he has main character hair, like with Yu-Gi-Oh, from Yu-Gi-Oh, something like that. So it is pretty interesting. But yeah, the thing is, the Western creators are really proud of it. They're proud of this. They're like, oh yeah, we made them look really bland and generic, and I guess it make them look more like a, when you say not relevant, but relatable, look more relatable. And so they give them like these street clothes that you can kind of get at Walmart. That's fine for action heroes. I guess we still want to give your action heroes something memorable about them. Like Rambo has the iconic red bandana. He's shirtless and he's got some pants or something. But the red bandana was an iconic thing for Rambo, along with the M60. But it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting how like today they are like the West strives to be as boring as possible with their character creations. Meanwhile, manga and anime are delivering these insane yet interesting looking characters. Anyway, chat, we have a guest in the back room. See what this could possibly be.
Don't talk to me. I know you're a pervert under there.
Yeah.
Hello, Stu, the Stu crew.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. We are winning today, Stu. We are winning. I went over a couple things. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Like the whole thing where did you see the whole event that happened where Bungie is like, Bungie was celebrating International Women's Day by celebrating women and non-binary people. It's like women just can't have a day, can they? It has to always be shared with trans and non-binary people.
Brother, holy shit. Like real that was like kind of the last sacred cow. You know what I mean? Of normalcy. Like it's not that like, women haven't been getting invaded forever. It's always how it happened. You either got barbarians or you've got I would call them.
We got barbarians now.
Yeah, no, yeah, you got barbarians and you got shape changers, and I'm going to come up with a better word than shape changer. Just like creepy people. You know what I mean? Like
the male feminist, right? The male feminist are like, I'm with you, but they're really just predators.
Yeah, like those kind of predators have existed all throughout history. That's why we have like all these stories of shape changers and goblins and doppelgangers and stuff, right? Like that is there to teach people like to be cautious. But yeah, no, it's crazy. Like it doesn't it doesn't matter how you dress it. Like women are always in danger. And this is like the International Women's Day was like the last true woman day, Not
anymore. Now it's woman, trans, non-binary. It's like the corporate media or the corporate culture is lumping. It's like women is a sexuality. It's not like a gender. Women is a sexuality.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what they're doing. And see, but then Bungie. So that was it. That Bungie went full woke. They kind of redid their logo with all the woke flags on it, and then they had a bunch of layoffs, a ton of layoffs. And hearing about the layoffs, the White House put out like a Trump thing where he's like, "You're a Trump character creation to dunk on Bungie."
That's so funny.
Which leads us to like everyone reacting to it, and then they here's a favorite parts too. So all these, and I went over how like the corporate media, the corporate people, the woke people in the corporate space. They're always putting up a front of like, oh, everything's great. We're making all kinds of money. Everyone loves our woke stuff. And then behind the scenes, because I learned this from people like following Heather Antos and Nagazagio, that behind the scenes they're making GoFundMe's to pay household bills. Like they're not doing well behind the scenes. They're putting a front where they're like trillionaires or whatever, but behind the scenes they're barely making ends meet. I'm talking about like Joe Glass, who's like a veteran of the industry, where this a little maybe a couple of years ago, after decades I would say in the industry, he was like he was complaining about how something where he lost $20, which is a make or break thing for him. Like his whole like $20 to him is life-changing money.
Wow.
So
that's
I can understand being
sad.
in that. Like I can understand being in that situation, but like for like a veteran, a guy who's been in the industry for a long time, that's not good. That's surprisingly horrible. Like the stuff does not sell.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff does not sell. It's crazy, but that's where it is. So behind the scenes, they're all broke. They're all broke and they're failing at everything. And so it's really interesting that they've spent tons and tons of money trying to own the incels, and they've really done is bring themselves to the brink of ruin, trying to own the incels.
And it's so weird too, because like these are like the first people that will throw personal insults to. Like it turns out Chud the Builder, did you know this, is dating a trans woman, and they are not recognizing this person. This person does not exist to them. That is an ugly gay man.
Oh, suddenly it's a man now.
Yeah, no, that they're so nasty, and they're like that's just the tip of it, right? Like it gets worse, and everybody knows it too. Like it's never just one thing with these people. Like they'll insult your appearance, they'll call you ugly, but they'll be the first people to say, hey, you can't body shame, you know, that kind of shit, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
It's pretty interesting. Didn't he wasn't the guy that went around calling people the N-word?
Chud the Builder?
Yeah.
Oh no, like I listen, if if under certain circumstances, I would be rooting for Chud the Builder to get his ass beat. But because he's a nuisance streamer, he goes around and he harasses people, and fuck him. Like, you know, fuck those people. Like we cheered for what's his name? Johnny Somali.
Johnny Somali. Yeah.
We were more than happy to see that bitch get his ass beat.
Who
But
lost his appeal, by the way.
fuck him, lock him up forever. Nobody wants this piece of shit. But Chud the Builder, who again was a nuisance streamer and under different circumstances, I would say fuck him. Chud the Builder is a victim of racial bait crime or race-based crime, and that cannot be ignored. But people are just going to, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So yeah, no, it's very disheartening to see. It's one of those, it's like heartbreaking. The worst person you know like made an excellent point, but now it's like heartbreaking. The worst person you know needs defending. Like, and it's like, God damn it, I don't want to.
Let's see. What was it? It kind of it's like they kind of preach the idea of you got to respect them all. You got to respect them like a principle, but they don't have principles. It's only if like they like you or not. So yeah, if this trans person is dating like Chud the Builder, obviously they're not trans anymore.
Yeah, no, they don't count because they're a traitor of some kind.
And it kind of reminds me of that. Remember that one time, actually some years back, where this black guy became the new face of white supremacy. The black, I think they call him the black face of white supremacy. Like, remember that?
Yeah,
suddenly he's not black anymore.
No, it happens all the time where like these marginalized people who normally are the heroes of their like niche or industry or whatever, they're suddenly demonized because they're being liked or supporting the wrong people.
Yeah. Let's see. Halo thinks that 2,000 chance is Rin from Fate has iconic red shirt with a cross on it. Yeah. So still I was getting into the idea here that in the West, they're so dead set on making everyone look as bland as possible, like to the point where they kind of mock the old look. So they would make like I remember watching what's his name, the Netflix show about the superhero. He's black. What was his name? He had a circlet on his head. Something. What was his name? I think he goes by a name. He's not. He doesn't have a superhero name.
Okay.
Let's see. Hero with circlet.
I'm okay.
What was he called? What did I know this guy?
Also, in case people, what am I trying to say? In case people were interested, I went to a gay bar on Saturday. Very interesting experience. I say if we hit Pillarman, I can tell that story.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think of that?
How is Google not giving me this? I mean, he's like infamously has a circle on his head. Black Bolt Durag. It's not him.
Black Bolt.
No one knows this. How's no one know this? Where is this guy? Who is it? He was one of the defenders on Netflix.
I knew Stu was gay. I didn't go to a gay bar for me. I went for my boyfriend.
Oh, Luke Cage.
Oh,
Luke Cage.
Okay.
That's what it was. Luke Cage. How does no one know this? Like Google didn't know this. Like, what did he just vanish from the zeitgeist? But yeah, Luke Cage, where they like he was like Luke Cage is well known for having like a yellow shirt, a circlet on his head, like his very iconic shirt, like circlet on his head. And then the new show kind of just put him in like jeans and a t-shirt, and like he was running away in the beginning, right? And and he kind of runs through some like clothing lines, and he for a second there he ends up with the yellow shirt and the circlet, and he's like, no way, and then it's like, nah, it sucks, and he takes it off, and now he's in like a gray shirt. Now he's in a gray shirt and a hoodie. Awesome, well done. And if you go to Defenders, and if that old show Defenders, they try to make it into a miniseries where like it's all the guys from the TV shows of Netflix put together, like Iron Fist, Daredevil, Jessica Jones, and Luke Cage. They're not in their costumes; they're in like street clothes and hoodies and t-shirts and crap. So it's like they're really. I mean, like Daredevil is in disguise in one of these shots, but he has a mask on, but he's still in like a coat and a tie. So they just resent the idea of putting him in their costume, just hate it so much. And they're making like, oh, we gotta, not only are they in regular street clothes, they all have to be like bland gray and black and like dark gray street clothes. It's not even colorful anymore. And that's kind of the attitude they've been having with modern day superheroes and characters all the time. Like in the comic book of the boys, Homelander has a way more flamboyant costume. Like it's the same costume, but it's so much more colorful in the books. Like what's his name? Deep sea diver guy. Like he has the deep, yeah. He's got this big like diver's helmet. And he's got this green outfit that covers his whole body. Like it's way more memorable than what we get in the show, which is kind of like he's wearing like a onesie. Awesome. Like where'd you come up with that, genius? And all that stuff. So like they're trying to make him look more bland and more ordinary. Like they resent the idea of having to work with iconic looking characters. And like I remember at one of the Marvel movies where Steve Rogers goes after Bucky because he's trying to save his friend. They can't really put him in the costume. He's in a t-shirt and jeans, but with a shield. Come on. Meanwhile, anime and manga they go like insane on the character designs. They always have these insane character designs, these villain designs. They're like, here's a clown or something. Here's a guy in a mysterious, crazy mask. And like, you know what? I wonder why everyone's gravitating towards anime and manga. It's like they don't really want to see stories from people who are downright proud of making their characters as boring as possible. And they kind of want to go with the people who are making characters look unique and fun and all that stuff.
Yeah, no, it's insane. Yeah. Like, and they're just not, and they're not ashamed of it. Like they're so proud to wear the costume, you know?
Yeah, it's cool. Like we want to see the costume. We want to see it. And by the way, this is the same thing with the Devil May Cry, the one that sucked, that everyone hated.
Yeah.
The new Devil May Cry, where it's like he has black hair, and at one point, like there's a wind going around, he gets the mop on his head, and he makes fun of the idea that, oh, I'm never going to have white hair. That's dumb. Yeah, just throw away the iconic white hair.
Yeah, the reason we like and love Dante is because he's a cheesy little bastard, you know?
Yeah, the white hair made him look unique. Like that's interesting. Like a young guy with this white hair, it made him look different. Like obviously, there's something different about him. And see, I say like chooses a Rin. Yeah, Rin has like the iconic shirt. Like Rin by looking at her. And it's a Winter Light. Thanks for the $5 again. Yes. Winterlight says, Stu, what do you describe as called aggressive mimicry, where predators masquerade as prey or neutral?
Yeah, no. Aggressive mimicry. We have like that's why it's so uncanny when you see like an animal that is like just kind of looking at you really intense, like you know something. What do you know? Like that kind of like feeling.
And say, by the way, chat, we're now at $26, so we're a quarter of the way there, chat. A quarter of the way there. By the way, Nathaniel Zolzabal says Larry Elder should have won and booed out Gavin Newsom. I think, was it Larry Elder? That was him, right? That was the black guy who was like they called the new face of white supremacy, I think. My sadism has only gotten worse. Gotta miss the days when the country made fun of New Jersey. If only.
It was better times.
If only. Let's see. Where are we now? See, Nathaniel Ball says, Litdap. What you described with Power Man, Luke Cage, was what happened in the DMC game where, the white wig. They just make fun of the fact that, remember how weird our characters used to be? How they used to be memorable and colorful? Wasn't that dumb? Ha ha! We're not like that anymore. Now we're cool, and all of our characters wear black trench coats and stuff.
It's weird too because these are the people. Again, it's the same people who are like, you need to capture childhood whimsy, and you need to make like entertainment for children, and then they add a bunch of gay shit to it, and then like really inappropriate gay shit too, not just like, oh, my dad, I have two dads. Like they'll like add on-screen kisses and like have like kids like officiate gay weddings. Like it's really weird stuff. Like it's not normal.
Aggressive. It's aggressive with it.
Yeah, like little children don't know why that's happening. They have no concept of gender or marriage or adults. That is actual grooming behavior.
Yeah. Let's see. Couple of chooses Dante and Virgil are different flavors of dork. Yes, I mean, like in the new one. I mean, the real Devil May Cry. I haven't really played through that much of that bland one. I did buy it because it was on sale and I kind of wanted to see it, but I didn't play it.
Mm-hmm.
The one he has black hair, but I have played the other Devil May Cry, like all the other ones. But yeah, Virgil and Dante are different flavors of dork. Like Virgil is like the super cool edgy guy with a katana.
Mm-hmm.
And Dante is like the super cool, like edgy guy who's like basically a Ninja Turtle. That's kind of his personality. He even likes pizza.
Yeah.
And see, he's like I think he's Mike. He's like Mikey from Ninja Turtles. And see, Wolf Spain too says, well, it wasn't Dante but Nero, his angst nephew. Yeah. But yeah, it was kind of an annoying thing to notice, but also my other gripe has been with how they produce training sections because they obviously don't want to do them.
Mm-hmm.
And that is like, okay, we'll have them spar, and they don't really learn anything or anything like that. It's like, we'll have them spar, and that should be good enough to like convince the audience that they're better now.
Yeah, they just kind of slap their hands together and like throw each other around for a second, like, oh, that's enough.
That's what happened with Ruby. Every time the Ruby gang trained, it's always like, okay, we fought a little bit, now we're better.
And
it wasn't like a real training session or anything where they kind of like actually built themselves up or overcame a whole thing. What was it? Hercules. Disney's Hercules had this. Like it had a whole song going over, 0 to hero kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or what was that, 0 to hero? Or no, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I think, or something like that. Which song was it?
What are we singing?
But it's like the Hercules training segment where he's like training with Phil. Is that one? But he had a whole song dedicated to his training segment where it took years of him.
Oh, that's right. It was actually sung by Danny DeVito.
Yeah. 0 to hero, was that it?
No, that's the Muses. Hold on.
So there's a different one. There's like one where he trains, and then there's one where his career is rising, and then there's two different ones.
One Last Hope.
That's right. Yeah, that's it.
You're my one last hope. Yeah, like because really, even though it's Hercules' training segment, it's
about
Phil's character arc. Actually, that's kind of fucking brilliant.
It's good. It's really good.
Because you have that heroic optimism, and that heroic optimism of Hercules is inspiring Phil. It's like, dude, you can go to, and not only that, like Phil also understands like that being a hero was more than just like saving,
being strong.
Yeah, being strong. Like he's like, yeah, kid, you got it. You're doing all the good things, but he's also like, he's more like a coach. He's not the emotional mentor. He's like the focus mentor. And he didn't like Meg because Meg was getting in the way of him being a hero.
Yeah. It's something with Mick from Rocky. Like, hey, Goyles, get out of here. Like, stop messing with these Goyles, right? You got training to do. You gotta eat thunder and crap lightning. That's like, he's basically Phil's kind of like the Mick of Hercules.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's all. Keep in mind, like, I think these writers don't understand what to do with training sequences because they were born into it. They had enough talent or know-how, or they're so arrogant that they don't think they need to train.
Well, usually they just get handed stuff. They didn't really have to work for it. They just get handed things.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't understand having to work for it. They only ever gave Ray, for example, like a training segment because fans got angry that she didn't have one. It's like, okay, here she fought a little bit. There, she ran a obstacle course. So you happy? She trained. No, it's not. That's not how training segment work.
It's crazy.
That's not how it works at all. And say Ninja say Carlos Batista. Thanks for the $5 super chat. Say Ninja Theory, the creators of the DMC reboot, called Dante a gay cowboy. Then DMC5 gave Dante a cowboy hat with Michael Jackson dance moves. That is true. That they did do that. I just didn't know that's why they did that. I kind of like the cowboy aesthetic that they gave Dante in Devil May Cry 4. The Devil May Cry 4, they gave him like the cowboy aesthetic.
Yeah, because in Japan, cowboys are so cool.
Yeah, because they love cowboys. So I thought that was kind of a cool homage.
Yeah, I you know what? Cowboys are fucking cool, man. Like they're just like, even if you give them like a sword or something, the aesthetic is just rad as hell.
There are a version of the samurai, essentially. Let's see. But that's pretty funny. Well, here we go, chat. Here's Critical Drinker going over another movie where he liked the action. So check it out.
Sign language, and also happens to be a kick-ass kung fu expert. Because, you know, of course he is. In fact, to this day, you're never going to convince me that every single person in Southeast Asia doesn't secretly know how...
It's very interesting because every single time I see an Asian movie with a lot of action in it where the guy uses a hammer, I know it's going to be good. Every single time I've seen an action movie with the guy uses a hammer, it's like, yep, this is going to be awesome.
To fight better than we ever will. Anyway, Big Wang's living a simple life with his daughter until one day she's lured away and kidnapped by a child trafficking ring. Big Wang tries to report the crime.
I really hope that's his real name.
This is Citizen Vigilante, right?
No, this is some movie, some from China, I guess. But Citizen Vigilante is made by Uwe Boll and starring that cannibal guy, Army Hammer.
Okay.
That's right. That I thought, when it was reported, I thought like he was actually eating people, but it turned out it was just a fantasy. Like, oh, I mean, that's weird, but like, that's not really. I don't think that's cancel worthy.
Right? No, like it's like, hey, I had this sick impulse that I know I shouldn't indulge in. Okay. Like, thanks for sharing, guy. Like, do you want us to help keep you accountable? Like, why did you say? Like, if anything, I appreciate the honesty, because it's like, hey, someone keep eye on that guy. I don't think he's going to eat somebody, but there is a non-zero chance he's going to eat somebody.
Yeah, there's keep a little eye out on him in this case, but he got a. And also, this might not even been real, because the reason why we know that is because these women accused him of like being sexually inappropriate, and they kind of like, he had fantasies about eating people. So I don't even know. He was they investigated all that stuff. Nothing came of it. There was no charges filed.
Right.
So it's not like he was a criminal or anything. He was accused. And I don't believe anytime an accusation is thrown at one of these guys, it's probably a lie.
Yeah, I don't.
He was Me Too'd. Yeah, he was Me Too'd.
I don't believe that shit anymore, because, like, I don't know, man. Like,
unfortunately for him, he wasn't Muslim, and so he couldn't get away with it.
Yeah, right.
The accusation destroyed him because he wasn't Muslim. But Citizen Vigilante is probably a top tier Uwe Boll movie. Like, it's probably one of the better movies you'll get from Uwe Boll. And they're working on Citizen Vigilante 2 right now, because the first one has been the first one has like just been raking in the cash comparatively. It's Alexander 5 says, in Fate, Shiro gets a swordsmanship training with Saber. Then he gets better at his magic by being put in life and death situations. I remember like Shiro can't really do magic in the beginning, and he can do a little bit because he puts like an iron rod in his back or something.
I don't remember that like at all, but like that doesn't mean it didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I Fate Stay Night was a big part of my life, like you know, because it's how I bonded with Alex and stuff, and some of my other friends. But like, I don't remember half that shit anymore. Like that is, it got so crazy and so out of hand. I just stopped. Like, I fell out of love with it because I got too much of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. Shribbles Wait, thanks for the $5 super chat. Says Big Wang is Stu's pin name for D&D matches in Chinatown. That's I really hope that, man, that'd be that'd be so much better if the movie was just so bold to name their main character Big Wang. That's pretty awesome. I don't know if anyone remember this game. It's called Crackdown. It was like for the 360. And I remember seeing this game advertised on the G4. And they made fun of it because the whole idea is that you're this super cop, and you're supposed to be taking down like these 4 syndicates, and one of them was run by the I think it's called the Saijin, so the Saijin gang. It was like these I guess the triads or something, and it was run by the leader was, and I remember this exactly, like the Saijin's enigmatic Wang. That was the guy's name, was Wang, and they made fun of that. They kind of playing it over and over again. Like, wait a minute, what was that? The Saijin's enigmatic Wang. It's like, so of course I bought the game. It was pretty funny. It was a really fun game because all about like jumping to the top of buildings and throwing people off of them. That was like the main draw of the game. It was really good. I cracked down. Let's see.
To the local police, only to get stonewalled by the commanding officer who happens to be in their pocket, leaving him no choice but to fight a one-man war against the gang to get his daughter back. Now, this was by far the most unbelievable part of the whole movie for me. I mean, local police turning a blind eye to the mass abduction and trafficking of children by organized criminal gangs. That sort of thing could never happen.
It's like a start of an era of like us, everyone making movies about like grooming gangs and traffickers and stuff like that. I approve. I like it.
That's good. It's going to be crazy, man.
It's a type. It says Army Hammer was. Could you imagine if Marvel was not woke and they kind of make the Punisher go after Muslim grooming gangs and stuff?
Oh, that'd
be crazy.
Cool. That'd be so cool. Actually,
the Punisher would go out because the Punisher would go after these guys. Definitely.
Oh, for sure, he would. He'd have to. Like, what piece of shit wouldn't? Like, why aren't we pursuing this, like, no expense, like sparing no expense? Why are we not? It's so wild.
It really is. Which pretty much killed his career for a while. Yeah, because Army Hammer got Me Too'd. None of it ever came to fruition, so I assume he was innocent. I looked it up before I watched this in Vigilante. I looked it up. Like, okay, I remember this guy having like some weird stuff about him. But none of it ever came to fruition. They never found anything, and the whole cannibal stuff was I think churned out by his accusers and not him. And even then, they're just fantasies. And there's like nothing about him actually eating people. If he actually ate people, like, no, I'm not watching this. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, I'm not certain. Okay, if he killed somebody to eat them, like if he hunted them for sport,
that's what I mean. If he like killed someone and ate them, I'm like, that's kind of weird.
Now, if he left the country and like went to some tribe in Africa and like interacted with the local freaks, you know, like I guess I care less. I don't know.
My issue would be like he killed people and ate them. He killed people was the main issue.
Yeah. And even then, I kind of want to see. I wouldn't give him money, but I do want to see his movie.
I guess that's true. Yeah, but that would maybe like iffy of him. Like, okay, well, you killed someone, and ate them. That's strange. Why aren't you in prison?
Yeah.
But apparently, I looked into it a little bit. I didn't deep dive into it, but it's like, okay, that was made by the accusers, and none of the stuff that the accusers said were actionable. I guess they never filed charges. So
right, okay. So
right now he's technically innocent.
Yeah, okay. So people are just talking shit to talk shit. Well, they can, whatever. I don't care. Like,
well, they can eat it.
Yeah, if this guy is actually evil or if he harmed them or whatever, sure, I'll take that more into consideration. But I got nothing to do with that.
Let's see. Yeah. So he got Me Too. I never hear that anymore complaining about Cho Chang ever again. When the Asians are, the Asians are naming their own characters Wang, which is pretty based. I mean, if I made a Mexican character or Hispanic character, I'd name him Jose or something. I mean, yeah, it's just
Jose Jalapeno.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a good name actually because it's JJ. We call him JJ.
Have you seen Jeff Dunham?
Oh, it's been like 400 years as I've seen.
Okay. Yeah, but Jeff Dunham had a character called Jose Jalapeno.
I don't remember that. I remember like the terrorist guy who was like a skeleton.
Yeah,
I remember a retired redneck character.
I remember the retarded redneck character. That's good. I like that.
Let's see. It's like this. I met my wife at And when I met my wife, we met at the family reunion.
Yeah, that's good shit. It's funny. You know, he's the #1 comedian in the Middle East.
I wonder why.
Yeah, because he's just so based, and they love him there. They think he's hilarious.
Lady Festival says, unfortunately, trafficking is big business and currently going on in China. It's a big money maker. There was a time where, but the Punisher did tackle trafficking. It's written by Garth Ennis, and the trafficking, I think, was run by Jigsaw, like not the movie guy, but like the character Jigsaw.
Okay, from Marvel or whatever, or Punisher. Yeah. Okay,
yeah, and so they were kidnapping and like selling off Mexican women, and so yeah, but he went after traffickers.
And this business is called.
It's for reference,
and like just so I know where to avoid it. Where's it at?
It's Always Sunny episode. Like, but which one though? Which porn revenge site? Which one?
Yeah, which one?
Yeah, the disgusting one, right? Yeah, that one. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I'll make sure to avoid that. Oh fuck! Sorry.
Company says Shiro was using his wrong, so it was cannibalizing his nerves. It's like something like where it's not really a natural way to do magic. In his own words, it felt like a hot molten iron being shoved up his spine. Was that what it was?
Oh, okay.
It wasn't actually put a rod there. It just felt like one.
Okay, yeah. All right, that's. Yeah, I could tell that was metaphor. So,
right, his name was Wang Fire.
Wang Fire. That's
fire.
I blew myself up.
Oh, up. Okay.
Okay, you got it.
Happen in the real world, could it? Anyway, it turns out that Big Wang is not alone in his endeavor. Navin is an investigative journalist looking for his wife who disappeared while investigating the gang, who also happens to be a kung fu expert because, of course. And the two men end up crossing paths while trying to infiltrate the same club. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? That's right, it's team up.
Oh, yeah.
Time, baby. So basically, Big Wang and Navin's mission is simple.
Wait a minute. Isn't that the same location that was in Rush Hour 2? Didn't Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker fight trials on this thing?
I think you're right.
It kind of looks exactly like that area.
Navin's mission is simple. Track the gang back to their headquarters, rescue the kids, and fucking kill everything that gets in their way. It's simple, it's direct, and
all right, I'm interested. That sounds pretty good to me. It's all I need.
Holy shit, is it fun. Just like the Raid movies before it, a film like The Furious is gonna stand or fall on one thing, the action. And goddamn if these aren't some of the best fight scenes I've seen in years. It's a movie that's less about guns and explosions and more about the brutal hand-to-hand combat, the death-defying stunt work, the perfectly staged choreography, and the gorgeous camera work. And in all of these respects, The Furious delivers big time. Each major fight sequence in this movie has its own unique tempo, style, and structure, from grueling drag-out brawls against big, powerful bruisers to frantic battles for survival against...
The title of this video is The Furious. This is how you do action movies.
Against dozens of opponents to highly technical showcases against fast and lethal killers. Hey, it's Mad Dog! And even
oh yeah, Mad Dog! Those guys are good.
Combination of all of those things together.
No, I assume they have like all the guys from the crew, because usually you hire them by crew instead of just like individuals.
It's all in there, and it's
like when you hire like Chad Stahelski's guys, you get the entire company. You don't get like just one or two different stuntmen.
Glorious to watch. This is Hong Kong action cinema at its finest. Brutal, bloody, creative, technically superb, and probably a total ordeal for the actors and stuntmen. Honestly, I shudder to think how many people must have taken real hits to get this thing in the can. It's kind of funny to compare movies like this to whatever passes for action over here in the West, all filled in with CGI and endless jump cuts to hide the actors' shortcomings. There's none of that bullshit here though. You get it right in a big, long, continuous take, or you do it again. Like I say, plot and character very much come second to the action in a movie like this, so I wouldn't expect any Oscar-winning performances or revolutionary writing. That being said, though, I did kind of like the relationship between Navin and Big Wang. They start out knowing absolutely nothing about each other, and it's all complicated by Big Wang's inability to speak, but gradually they form a bond of loyalty through mutual interest and shared danger, to the point where they've become firm friends by the ends. Because really, nothing brings two guys together like fighting for their lives against a couple of dozen gangbangers.
It seems pretty awesome. I do like this premise. He represents, and I suspect that the movie's budget is way smaller than both. Yeah, probably. The Cali guys, yeah, the Mad Dog, those guys are from John Wick and they're from Raid. So they're from John Wick 3. And I'm pretty sure they're only in John Wick 3 because of the Raid. Because John Wick and the Raid are very connected in terms of inspiration, and later because of I think actors and stuff like that. Anyway. But yeah, action is pretty important. It seems like it's really a cheap way to get thrills, but it's not. You have to know how to do it. Where is this now? All right, here's another big one I want to go over, which is it's very unfortunate. But here's the thing that I've seen the previews of season 2 of Avatar: Last Airbender on Netflix. Like, man, I can't believe they're making season 2 of this thing. It's awful. It's like 95% awful for the most part. It's just awful. But the good news is, Stu, that people are rejecting it. That everyone's rejecting this thing. It's because it is awful. It's hard to really defend stuff anymore. It's weird that when USAID was defunded, suddenly we're not really getting a lot of people defending stuff anymore. Not nearly in the same, with the same authority and the same motivation. The same fire is not there. Wang fire is no longer there, Stu.
So, ladies and gentlemen, to inform you, I discovered there was a Avatar: The Last Airbender series on Netflix.
You just found out about this? Yeah, because no one's talking about it. It sucks.
Well, I certainly didn't I know you've brought it up like 3 or 4 times, and I know we've talked about it before, but I have no memory of any of those conversations. I
made some shorts about it, which I think you might find interesting.
I think literally I saw the short and was like, okay, well, that's the only thing I know about this show. Is what Literature Devil said.
When you see in episode 1, the whole earth fire thing, that kind of opening done like 3 times in the first episode, you're done. The series is cooked, and you know for sure it's cooked when when Aang runs out of like the tent at the waterbender tribe, and then Katara's grandma points at him and says, "He is the last airbender." As dialogue in the show. What is this? What does this demon come to life?
That's funny.
Destroy this great franchise. So it's so bad. It's so it's like how did this person get hired ever for anything? I mean, like if he was a ditch digger, I'd be like, how'd you get hired as a ditch digger? That doesn't make any sense. You're too incompetent to dig ditches. That's what it feels like. But it's so what was another one? Oh yeah. By the way, Stu, remember the point of season 1 of Avatar? It's like Aang learning water bending. He doesn't do that. He doesn't learn water bending.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm playing Resident Evil. I got to one of the vendor points, and there's this really sweet note left out by the vendor. It said, "Hey, if you've got an unused a gun you're not using, you can sell it to us, and we'll give you money for it. And then whenever you want it back, you can just buy it back." And it's like it's such a video gaming thing to do. But they added another paragraph after that said, "Yeah, there's no catch, mate. We're just rooting for you. We make a lot of it's like." They make so much money off of us that they're like, yeah, we'll do this for you, man. Like that's so fucking
clientele. Yeah,
these guys are so cool. I love the merchants so goddamn much. In Resident Evil 4, they're so charming.
What's charming, Stu? Remember how Katara has this whole thing about her mom, and she's traumatized by her mom's murder.
Yeah,
she's so traumatized that she has trouble water bending. And then they meet Jet. And then Jet's like, "Have you tried getting over it?" And it works.
Duh.
I tried not worrying about it.
Have you tried not giving a fuck?
Yeah, Kuna Matata. We tried not giving a fuck. Oh yeah, I never thought about that before.
Oh god damn, you're right.
It works. Let's see. It worked for Katara and everything's great. Also the whole thing. You remember how the whole tunnel of lovers was traveled by Katara and Aang because they're supposed to be in love or whatever. Not this one. They do go to the tunnel of lovers, but it's with Sokka and Katara instead. Fantastic. Well done.
That's creepy.
They even meet the hippies there.
What?
And
so like,
and also,
I feel like did you have siblings growing up?
Yes.
Did you ever have a relationship with like all right, so would you describe your relationship with them as positive?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you mind if I ask brother, sister? Like you have a okay. So like I think my relationship with my sister growing up was mostly positive. Like not amazing, but like certainly wasn't negative. But I never experienced this weird, creepy sisterly love I see that the West and even the East is kind of trying to do. You know?
It is very strange, yeah.
I feel like I could have had that with a brother, but not with a sister, and especially
like they're pushing this over like actual, normal heterosexual stuff. It's like Aang and Katara being together. That's too scary. That's too heterosexual. We can't do that. So we're gonna put Sokka and Katara in that tunnel instead.
Yeah, we gotta go back. Like, bro, we just the het slop, het propaganda, whatever. Like, it needs to come back because
that's the normal way of doing things.
That's how we as animals operate, and that's how we as animals operate most efficiently. Is we start like we become friends when we're younger, and then like as you get to know each other, you should marry your childhood friend. Like that's what you should do. That is
like a new rule. You can't have gay stuff unless you have some straight stuff in there. All right,
like
you have some straight stuff in there,
and it needs to be overwhelmingly straight.
Can't be ambiguous. It has to be like straight. I mean, as much as they do the gay stuff, like it has to be cute, a girl and a guy kissing and stuff like that. It has to be in there.
The nerds get together because they bond over bullshit. The hot people get together because they bond over hot people things. The fat people get together because they're fat together.
Whatever's Chumley is like, this is delicious. I love grilled cheese.
Like the fat girl goes to the fat guy. All right. If the fat girl gets anybody, she's getting the fat guy, barring some special circumstances. Okay. Like maybe the hot guy is retarded or something, but like there's some things we got to bring all that shit back. Like all that needs to come back right now because people need to understand how the dating world works. Every fucking normie girl thinks that she's going to like land the 10 out of 10 Chad. She's not. All right.
He's like 6'5", chiseled millionaire.
Yeah, dude, that guy's getting the hottest girl and maybe a bonus girl, but that's it too. He's getting the best shit, like because he does the most shit. He's the most heroic. He's gotta be, right?
Yeah.
Like nobody really gets more than what they deserve, and what they deserve is what they contribute to society. They don't rob and steal. We don't reward pimps. We don't reward thieves. We don't reward gross ass losers who just like want to talk to kids all day and like tell them about like weird sex shit. No, we don't, like, especially if they're not working, especially if they're not contributing. We are not elevating that person. Fuck you. You absolute like egotistical bitch.
Tell how you really feel, Stu.
I mean, like, yeah, no, like, what else are we going to do? Because we need to start telling people this shit because they've got this stupid inflated ego about them that they think they can just get away with it.
Let's see. The runaway egos that are because you're not allowed to say anything to prevent it because that would be misogyny. So the inflated egos are kind of just on display and unchallenged. And the only thing that there is kind of like any opposition to is reality, because they're told they're geniuses, told like they're unstoppable, and it's great, and don't worry about it. The only people who hate you are these incels or whatever. But the reality is, you made a multi-million-dollar loss of a movie. The movie you worked on, the movie you wrote, no one likes it. Everyone hates it. That's the reality of the situation, and it's pretty funny to see because I've seen this for years, where they've these wokies have like this runaway ego, and they're just told that they're awesome and everything, and then the reality is no one shows up to their stands at a convention. No one talks about them other than to, oh yeah, here they got a new book or whatever. All right, goodbye. They're not legends. They don't make anything of quality or of remembrance or anything like that. So while they are pushed in the media, or they're pushed, in news and everything, as like, oh, this new trans person is getting a new thing, a new book. They're not good, and they don't really get anything beyond like the flash in the pan kind of support. And see, so it is pretty interesting to see this happen, and it's really cathartic because they don't really get any pushback other than people online going, you suck, you're awful, we're tired of this, and they just dismiss all of us because those are just like chuds and stuff. But there's no dismissing reality, and they have to face the reality of, I'm a genius and a great comic book creator. Also, I need like 6 jobs and a GoFundMe to pay for my stuff because my stuff is not selling, and I can't make any royalties off of this. Yeah. But everything's great. Comics are booming. Okay, insane.
It'd be me like trying to school lit dev on being a successful YouTuber when I would be lucky if I net zeroed my YouTube career. You know what I mean?
Net zero. You mean like just you make as much as you spend?
Yeah, like I spent as much as I made on my YouTube career. That would be that would be pretty good. No, I was not great, I by the end of it I was so burnt out that I'm not proud of like half my videos, man. Like there's quite a few I think I nailed, but like I bet you have more percentage of your videos that you're proud of than I do.
I'm proud of all of them.
Damn, yeah, that's really good.
Like, I did Stu on my last video apparently because I thought this guy commented on my last video, said, I'm pretty woke, and I was bracing myself for cringe of this Ray should have been a man video. But like, no, this is great. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah. Oh my God. Like you see it all the time. And like, I work with a lot of woke people, people who say all the woke shit, but they're not like insane, they're not like complete wackadoos. And even they say like, okay, yeah, things are getting out of hand. Like it's getting weird.
Yeah. And it is, it's been getting weird, but now it's like undeniably strange. And they're not stopping. They're losing millions of dollars, but unfortunately for people losing the money, it's not their money. They're more than willing to burn other people's money. But because they're at the end of the day, yeah, they lost the company hundreds of millions of dollars, but they get a credit. Like, I was on Supergirl, I wrote for Supergirl, and so they get a career boost while the company has to pay the bill. Let's see. Lady Faz says, unfortunately, these egotistical people have gotten away with it. Don't so long that reality will have to break through to them, and a betrayal by their inner circle. Yeah, because they live with in a world of sharks. That's why they have to always be nice and positive. Because the moment one of them starts to bleed, they're out. They're completely out. That's it. They'll just turn on them for clout, not out of principle, but out of clout. I don't, like, for example, I keep talking about how and Heather Antos got blowback for trying to cancel another artist for being transphobic during Pride Month. That artist that she's trying to cancel was also super woke. So it's not like it was some innocent conservative or something like that who just wanted to make art. The other guy was a cancel pig wokey that she tried to cancel. And so it's like it's how it goes. They're trying to make they don't really care who you are. They just need food. They need fresh blood in the water. And if there aren't any conservatives around, they'll go after each other.
Thanks.
Whenever like conservative YouTubers start doing well, there is some henpecking here and there. Like everyone's kind of cannibalizing the quartering right now, but that is because he has turned into a cringe piece of like weirdo. I never really liked him, but the fact that like the conservatives are now beating his ass too, like it's very telling. Like because we tolerate a lot of shit. Like our side of the internet, like the non-woke side, put up with a lot of different weirdos. Like Shuon Head has a best friend who's like trans and also is a content creator, but also Blair White is one of our strongest voices, you know? It's
true.
It's very interesting to see that one of the leading conservatives is a like trans person, and not only a trans person, like I know what I'm about to say. Like Blair White is kind of attractive. You know what I mean? Like she kind of pulls it off. Like
that's what she hates. That's why the Blair White is hated so much, because Blair White passes.
She does.
Like hated by the trans community because she's a passing trans.
Yeah, and not only that, like they're still kind of based. Like if you go up to Blair White and say you'll never be a woman, like she, he, whatever, will still like, yeah, I know, dude. Like, bro, I'm aware of this. Like, I'm not trying to make it weird. It's like, God damn it, you know? It's so cool. It's so cool that there's a person like that. That's not woke, you know.
But also the quartering the quartering has done some horrible things. That's why everyone's turning on. Like he struck channels. Like he got rid of the Kina Casino clip channel. That's gone. It's obliterated because of him. He tried to get rid of other channels, so he went on like this striking spree. And also he's just straight up stealing content. So people are like, oh yeah, I have all these views. Yeah, but they're not really your views. I mean, yeah, they technically are, but you just stole all the people's videos and said, isn't this crazy? Or isn't it? Whoa, look at this. And then you just play the person's video.
Wow.
That's it. Like he produces a lot of shorts, but the shorts are just, whoa, look at this, and then plays the other guy's video. No commentary or anything, I don't think. It's like, whoa, isn't this crazy? And he shows it. And it's technically his because he put a little segment in the beginning where it's him.
Blair actually put effort into it while the others just put on a wig. Yeah, no, it's respectable. It's respectable to see how committed he, whatever you want, like whatever makes it happier for you, like says. Like Blair walks the walk, talks the talk, and is more committed than to returning to conservatism than most of us, you know? Like, goddamn,
I remember there was a video that she did or Blair White did with Shoe on Head.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like Blair White teaching Shuon how to be right wing by taking her to a gun range.
Yeah, like just the coolest dude, you know. Like that brother is like, oh, it's respectable. You have to respect it, even if you like. Let's say you're the most intolerant like transphobe and you love hating transphobe. If you're Nick Fuentes, you kind of have to respect Blair White. I don't know how Nick feels about Blair, but like I know Nick is kind of like our weird clown right now.
Yeah. And
I kind of am just entertained by Nick because I want to know what wacky shit he says next. Like I gotta hear it. It's like, bro, keep going. Like, please let us just return to normal, you know?
Let's see.
I want to calm the fuck down.
Yeah. Oh, 1 second here. We also have people like Kirsch, Smugalana, Rev says Desu, which is with this person right here. Hirohei. What is Hirohei? Fillion?
Hero,
we just watched a video by him. I know I remember him from like the some Viviana days, but is he like gay or something? Because
I think he's Chinese. Like I think that's his bit. Like I think he's just conservative but Chinese. And I might be wrong. I don't think that's right. But like that's what I feel like. Who's Smugalana? No, that's yeah, I know that one. Hirohei, Fillion. I think I know Fillion. No, we got a colorful cast of characters over here. Like our weirdos are way more interesting than their weirdos because part of our weirdos are also hypocrites. Like we're former addicts, former like professionals, former like people with some real miles on their soul.
Like Gary went to prison for dealing meth, like Nerdrotic did. So
Yeah, no, he
life
crazy.
experiences.
And now he's such an eloquent speaker and an eloquent reviewer that now his review shows are just kind of the genuine article. Like he feels more legit to me than Alex Jones, and Alex Jones has been proven right time and time again.
Yeah.
Like, and Alex Jones is a joke to us too. We also make fun of that fucking weirdo because
and he knows it too. He leans into it.
He
likes
loves
it. He understands it.
He loves it because that makes him one of the boys. And whenever you're like one of the boys, like even if you're not respected, and like if reality were different, we would fight too. We understand that,
Yeah.
It's just the show of respect here, and over there they don't really have that same show of respect. Over there they are friends for as long as they are like emotionally sated,
Exactly.
like we will sacrifice our emotional stability in order to tolerate a set of behaviors rather than a set of beliefs.
Let's see. Hold on one second. Here we go. So Alex Jones is too bombastic for most. Yeah, sometimes I do like his rants. Like, someone took the guns. Hitler took the guns. Those are pretty good. I like when he does this stuff like that. And see. And by the way, chat, we are $5 away from being halfway to Billiman for the day. Let's check it out.
Discovering how bad the second season is. I didn't even know there was a first season, but it appears that Netflix.
There sure is a first season. Sure is. The one where Boomy is not like some charismatic leader anymore. He's just angry at Aang for leaving. That's it. I'd say there's no lesson to be learned. It's just that Aang teaches Boomy to get over it. Stop being so angry, Boomy. I'm sorry, and I suck. It's like Aang's like, I suck, I'm sorry. And then Boomy's like, whatever. And then so that's about it. There's no like secret message from Boomy saying, it was all a trick. No, Boomy is actually angry at Aang, and that's the whole conflict. He's angry at Aang for leaving. And that's the whole season is about hammering Aang about how much he sucks and how much of a coward he is and how much he let the world down. That's kind of the first season of this one.
Netflix is once again fumbling the bag when it comes to a live action adaptation. This one is totally brutal, and with the previews we have seen on social media, even promoted by Netflix itself, it looks atrocious. Honestly, a lot of it looks like it's AI generated, and a lot of the dialogue and the sequences that we're seeing don't even make sense for the storyline and the characters that are being portrayed. But of course, in true fashion, IGN is out here praising it, saying Avatar: The Last Airbender Season 2 builds on the first season with better pacing, a more cohesive tone, and even some improvements on the...
Oh, even some... there it is. There it is. That's how you know it's going to suck. That's how you know it's going to suck. We're going to correct the wrongs of the anime. We're even doing some improvements on the original series. I already saw what you thought were improvements, you assholes. Those were awful. Like Ozai is like, oh, my son is so cool. I hate that I have to burn his face off. Also, Ozai loses to Zuko. Ozai loses Zuko in the Agni Kai. The only reason why Zuko lost against his dad is because he showed his dad mercy, and his dad kind of repaid that mercy by burning his face off. So that's part of the canon in the live action now. Zuko actually was going to beat Ozai in the hand-to-hand combat or the Agni Kai, and then Azula hates Zuko because her dad's always like, oh, I wonder what my son is doing. Oh, my son is okay. My son is so cool. I love my son. Get out of the way. And then he's like, get out of here, Azula. Stop it. Get out of here.
What?
Ozai loves his son and hates Azula now.
Is it parody? Is it actually parody at this point? Or do they
feels that way?
Do these writers actually think they're cooking? Do they really think they're just like, ooh, look at this twist. Look at this twist on the original. This is our version. And it's somehow going to be just as good.
No, better, Stu. It's going to be better.
Or have any of them actually said better? Have any of them actually been so arrogant that they think they could do better?
Look right here. And even some improvements on the original series.
No.
Improvements, Stu. They're making more improvements. More improvements.
Bro, I'm about to have a performative go off yourself moment. Ooh, you do not need to. No.
The audacity to say that after the horrendous first season.
Part of me, like, this is a tar and feathering. We need a tar and feathering of whatever idiot thought this was a good idea. Like, I don't think we need to kill him, but I think they need a public ass whooping.
I remember when before this came out, it was reported that the guy who did this, his son was like, "No, don't do it, Dad." And then reportedly the son changed his mind. I'm pretty sure because the son wants to be supportive of his dad, and then he goes, "Okay, well, you already did it, so I guess it's cool. What can I do?"
Yeah, and like that fucking, like, if this guy gets public backlash, which he obviously has, and then he says, that's what I meant, chuds. Like, of course,
I meant to be retarded.
I meant to be retarded. It's like, then no. Like, you're not, like, even in the realm of being a public retard, you're not being a public retard enough. You're not as clever as you think you are. Like, just never do this. You don't need to be here.
But they're going to improve on the original series, Stu. They're going to make a. Man, this is so awful. It's just a really bad series. It's so bad. They think it's so much better, but it's awful. See, Alex Taylor says Azula can somehow shoot lightning without charging it up and use it like like Palpatine. Probably. I don't remember Azula that much in the first. She is in there. But only because she's like seething against Zuko because her dad likes him and not her. That's mainly it. That's really her role in the first season to like, oh, Zuko's so cool. I wish I was as cool as Zuko. Katara and Sokka didn't really do much in the first season. They kind of just exist. And Aang doesn't really learn waterbending. He doesn't even practice it that much. I think they do like 1 or 2 times he tries waterbending, but it's basically just like we go to Boomy, and then we have like this whole thing where they have to defend the Northern Water Tribe or something, and of course we get that conflict between Sokka and the boyfriend of Princess Yue, but of course, Stu, they're not together anymore because they broke up. So Sokka is free to land. The runway is open. So there's no conflict. It took away that conflict of like, okay, well, he's already engaged, so there's no way Sokka is allowed, right? But now, don't worry, Stu. Her boyfriend, her fiance broke up with her, or she broke up with him, I think.
Oh, so okay. So what is the purpose of that? What is the purpose of adding that to the show? Who is that for, and why?
I guess to make him look more heroic. We're like, okay, well, he didn't actually steal someone's girl away. He just it was okay to do this.
Yeah, I guess, but like that's what made it interesting. Like Sokka, you're kind of a piece of shit for doing that, man. But like, especially but it's also a cartoon, so
Yeah. Also, they took away the moment with Sokka's misogyny or something, and then or they fixed it or whatever. But now Suki gets to lust over Sokka's body because there's a moment where she walks at him on changing, and she's not embarrassed or anything.
What's up?
She just stands there and eyes him like a piece of meat and then leaves. It's just like, oh yeah, it's so much better. It's so much better.
Original series with a whopping 8.
Ew!
That's
what?
Right,
8.
An 8 out of 10?
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great, Stu. 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Also, they're setting up Iroh to be actually secretly evil in the first season. They're kind of setting up Iroh to like, it's kind of hinted at that he's kind of secretly evil.
Yeah. Like, did these people watch the original? Like, I genuinely wonder.
I read somewhere that they didn't, and they pride themselves because the whole thing like I don't want to watch the original so I can have a fresh perspective or something like that.
That's so stupid. Like, you don't want to ever do that. Like, what? Like, you're just gonna make something embarrassing, and this is embarrassing.
And they
Like,
did.
it's embarrassing to know that people from my country made something this stupid. Like, they respected their artwork so lowly that they did not bother to learn what makes it great. They're just that arrogant, you know?
Yeah,
And that
that's
is
exactly what
so
happened.
sad. That's so sad.
And see, Alexander too says live action Toph also knows how to write. Does she? Wait, is it out?
Huh?
I didn't know it was out. Is it out?
I mean, I guess you can learn to write if you're blind, but like, okay, sure.
I guess it's out. Let me see. But IGN gave me but keep in mind now the mixtape is IGN is ruined because they gave after giving mixtape a 10 out of 10, they are worthless as reviewers. Absolutely worthless.
8 out of 10, a great rating for IGN, so you know it's absolute garbage. Now let's get into this clip right here. Gang's all here. Season 2 is now playing, and I'm going to play a few of these clips, and if Netflix ends up striking me down.
I feel like they went out of their way to find actors who don't look like the characters from the show, like at all. That's what it feels like, except for Zuko. Zuko kind of looks like Zuko, and Iroh kind of looks like Iroh. But everyone else could look so different. They all look like they're cosplaying. That's what it looks like to me. Let's see.
For this, I'm going to be very disappointed. Not surprised, but disappointed. So just watch this, volume off. It is a catastrophe.
It kind of the acting also feels like a high school production. Like everyone is, it feel like they're you go to like a play or some school play. That's the level of acting we get in the series. It's so overly melodramatic and stuff.
Absolutely brutal. Guys, if you told me this was AI generated,
I believe you.
I would believe you. I would genuinely believe this is AI generated. This looks so bad. In fact, this looks like a high school production. It looks like someone's high school project. They and their buddies got some costumes from Spirit Halloween or something and decided to film on their phone. That's how it looks. It's atrocious. It looks really bad. Okay, they thought this went hard. It definitely did not. How did they make it worse?
Oh, David Musselman with a 10 gifted memberships. Thank you much, David Musselman. Appreciate it. Let's go and get this one. Oh, Rish, indeed. Thank you very much, David Musselman. Very much appreciated. Welcome to 10 new members of the Lit Legion of other past shows and the custom emojis. Thank you very much, David Musselman. Let me go ahead and update this here. We have now crossed the threshold of halfway there. There we go. Fantastic. 6-7 out of 100 chat. Getting closer indeed.
In the live action movie, listen, never underestimate the power of Netflix to make.
Never underestimate the idiocy of humans to make something really. Be like, oh, it's terrible. It's like AI. No, never underestimate the power of humanity to do the most stupid thing ever. And I thought when I was watching Wish, I was like, this feels like it was made by AI. But the thing is, the songs, AI would make better songs if you just click the button. Better lyrics, better music. You could tell that the songs of Wish, in fact, the songs of Moana 2, in fact, the songs of a lot of modern day Disney stuff is so awful that it had to be made by people. It had to be. Have you heard a modern day Disney song? It's kind of like you're shoving 10 pounds of lyrics into a 2-pound bag. It's just basically there for exposition, and it sounds like, and that's it. That's what it sounds like. There's barely any refrain. It's just kind of like a bunch of lyrics, a bunch of verses. They kind of just dumped on you. Like sing along. There's a Moana sing along. Sing what? How can I remember? How do I remember that? How do I remember just endless dialogue that goes nowhere? It's impossible. Like back then, we had, back in the day, we had, I know you from Once Upon a Dream, like that one. That was easy. We remember I know you. I walked with you once upon a dream. That's so easy. Today, it's just like we're going to start talking really fast, like Elliot from Scrubs, and then we're going to just dump a bunch of lyrics on you. The only thing I remember from like Wish was like this in the city of Rosas, and that's it. That's the only thing I remember. In the city of Rosas, that's about it. I know the city's name because of that, but that's it. I don't know much else other than like you get your wish granted or taken away from you at 18 or something like that. A normal man. It's a $10 super chat. Thank you much, normal man. Appreciate it. It's a normal man says, you know that show with the arrow guy that you liked as a kid? Would you like if we made a worse version of it using the real people? Because animation is stupid and dumb. Yeah, there's like some weird crusade against 2D animation where we're like, we gotta get it's been 2D. We gotta get rid of that. We gotta make a better version. And anything as long as it's not 2D, it's good. It'll be fine. I don't know what the hell this is, like this big focused crusade to destroy 2D animation in the West. I don't know why they have this like vendetta against 2D animation, but it's very clear that they do. They wanted to assert only 3D animations, and then also if it was 2D, we got to make a live action version of it, so that we don't have to mess with 2D anymore. Like it's not just we're not going to do 2D anymore. It's we got to wipe out anything that's ever been 2D from the face of the earth. Like why? What's the reasoning behind this? It makes no sense.
Things pure, unadulterated garbage. But the replies are
to insult the garbage. It is awful.
Not impressed. And
there's no freaking way someone thought this looked cool. Why do you love this cast so much? What do they do? They exist in the story. They exist in the film or the series. They don't do much.
Did you expect them to be? Seriously, I've seen AI videos made with Seedance that had more aura than this. This looks like some high school film project with someone using a...
See, I'm not the only one. That's what it feels like. If you watch season 1, it feels like there's like some school production people put on YouTube.
Adobe After Effects. There's no freaking way someone thought this looked cool. I love this cast so much. And the Avatar account says, that's my...
Ghost says, I disagree, LD. Look up Obscurest Vinyl. They had an amazing AI song called It's Time to Take a Shit on the company's time. I mean, that's a very, very meaningful song.
Gang for real. Oh, guys, how do you do, fellow children type energy from Netflix and Avatar right there. But then we got this comment saying we got Fat Azula before GTA.
Oh, mean. For GTA 6.
God damn, dude. That is brutal.
Which I
like you see, like they have Mai and Ty Lee in there, and they look nothing like Mai and Ty Lee, like nothing.
Kind of disagree with. I don't even think she looks like that. I just think the costumes are atrocious. That's my honest opinion. I don't think she actually is fat in any way. I think the outfits are just so bad and so unappealing. Dang. It makes her look bad.
Rev's a chubby chaser, I suppose. Like, cause no, her cheeks would not puff like that if she were not heavier.
That's true. That is true. It's like this. That's what gave him the inflection there.
Like that's the main takeaway, right? They just look bad. They're unappealing. They're boxy. They don't look good whatsoever. But of course, that's what people are really running with. Okay, the images look really.
Ghost says Azula has been firebending them original recipe wings and drumstick.
Underwhelming, to say the least. The only way you can tell Netflix slop from AI slop in the big 2026.
By the way, chat, we're $23 away from today's Pillarman.
Is that Netflix slop?
No, like as Dr. Chrisman, she's not bad looking. No, as far as chubbier girls go, she's very pretty. We're just saying that, like, yeah, no, she's like Azula's not that fat, guys. Like you've seen the cartoon, everyone knows what she looks like. We've seen her in like a bikini, like.
Because she trains all day.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It makes sense. She's a well-fed, like well pampered, well cared for princess, of course she would be as amazing as possible. You know?
Yeah, exactly. That's what's supposed to have happen. She's supposed to be like this, like, because that's what their whole thing is. She trains all day so she can live up to the expectations of her father.
Mm-hmm.
And see, but in this one, she doesn't really train. She kind of just complains. The Wolfsbane, the two says, I think if you think Azula's chubby, look at Mai. Like just, yeah, they're all three of them. All three of them are just like, they look awful. Just horrendous costumes, everything.
In it. You can tell they're Chinese American at that point, then, right?
Yeah, very much so.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so.
I believe. And again, I look at this and I don't think that. I just think the outfit looks terrible. It just looks really bad. The production of everything looks really bad.
Got Fat Azula before GTA 6.
That's so crazy, though. Like, yeah. How did we get here, guys?
Like, what the hell?
But then again, looking at the overall picture.
Oh, there it is. There it is. That's Mai on the left there, and that's Ty Lee on the right.
Yeah!
Like nothing like the show. Nothing at all.
Ty Lee kind of works, actually. Like, she's not bad.
I mean, what do you say?
She only works because she looks ordinary.
Yeah, compared to those two.
Like, I could see like these people trying to play Azula and Mai at a convention. Like
right.
Low rent convention, and then Ty Lee would be fine because it's a low rent convention and she looks ordinary. She's not like Ty Lee. She's like someone like if they showed me the picture of this, like of her and like in the costume, like okay, who's this character? And because she looks nothing like Ty Lee either at all. She just looks normal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the girl on the right is Ty Lee. It's like I feel like the Azula and Mai by the time they get their opinions on Trump. That's what I can't wait to hear their opinions on Trump and inclusivity.
Right.
They might be phenomenal actresses, but bruh.
I could like body positive Azula, body positive Mai.
Not even close. I mean, look at this. Are you kidding me? They just don't even look right.
It's like the Western thing of like you can't express a face as a woman. You can't do that, like because Tyler's supposed to be smiling, and then Azula's supposed to be smirking, and then Mai's supposed to be hating you, and they didn't capture that at all.
They're just not good comparisons whatsoever. Like, no, this is not good whatsoever. But then Netflix be like, Asians all look the same anyways. Just
it's like, oh, look to me because they're Asian.
Yeah, they're Asians.
Makes sense.
Or whoever. Yeah, that's pretty much what they did. Again, it looks like a high school project. Doesn't look good at all. But it could have been a...
Yeah, because it could have been worse. They could have gotten Ramsey to play, which would have been nightmare fuel.
HBO. Hey, it could have been HBO, ladies and gentlemen. It always can be worse.
Oh my God.
All right, so maybe we dodged a second bullet, an even greater bullet with this one. But of course, Toph has arrived. Avatar, the
Here comes Toph. Here comes Toph.
Last Airbender, season 2 is now on Net.
Toph looks. They made Toph older. I think she's not like a little. I think she's like a lot older.
Netflix.
They should have just made her the guy. They should have
just made her like a Chad dude.
Yeah.
This is Toph now, and then she's like a little girl in the play. That's definitely what they would do today.
And this is the introduction of her character, and I gotta say, she is Aurelus. And there's a lot about this scene that just...
Is that the boulder?
Generally makes no sense, right? They're even getting proposed notes, all right? Saying...
Toph can't see in the sand. Yeah, the community notes are coming in and say, actually, the show got it wrong, actually.
Can't see in the sand.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be sand. It's supposed to be like a hard stone. You can't see in the sand.
Which is, yeah.
You dingus.
A very big flaw with the scene. Because she seems to have no issue. It literally makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen. And the comments, brutal. There is no live action Are they fighting in sand? Toph literally said she can't see in sand and it makes everything fuzzy. Did these people watch the show?
No, I'm assuming no.
At all. Not gonna lie, looks like it was made with AI. 5,500 likes. So you decided.
Oh man, this show's getting roasted. Hey, pigs have been less roasted than this.
To have Toph fight on sand when early in the series, Toph hated sand because it nerfed her ability to see through her bending. Yeah, they don't really seem to know what they're.
Why can't you just let us do whatever we want?
Doing here. It is a lack of attention to detail.
Also, you remember in the cartoon, like Toph's most impressive feat is her holding up the castle from falling into the spirit world.
It was a really good feat. Yeah,
like she's like holding up a whole magical city from being buried in the spirit world
by herself.
By herself. Meanwhile, these sand bitches are like capturing their ride animal. Like, and she's outnumbered like 5-1 or something too. She's lucky she didn't get killed, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like that is the most dangerous situation for her.
And that's tough. That's tough there. But the thing is, she couldn't really do much because of the sand, because they were, she was surrounded by sand as well. But she could hold the thing because it's not sand. But yeah, when she was fighting them on sand, tough. That's a tough battle.
Yeah. Dude, that's crazy though. Crazy work. Cause like, in the real world, Toph would have just got trafficked there. like, bro, that is a game over situation. I'm sorry. Like the Avatar and his friends should have lost.
At the very least, she would have been like captured and ransomed back to her rich family.
Yeah, at the very least, that would have been the best case scenario. Like, girl, who are you? It's like Toph Beifong. Oh shit!
We're going Applebee's after this.
Once again, you can see a quote here saying overcoming her fear of sand is part of Toph's character development, and now she can just see in it and has already mastered sand bending. I guess imagine messing up the character lore in your adaptation so badly that it gets community noted. LOL. LMAO, even they removed the community note. This person had to edit because it was live for a second, but then eventually they got it removed. Netflix made the boss call. They set things right, and the note has been removed. But don't worry, there are the yuppies here to gobble up this series. Toph is so rude.
Here comes the super fans, right? The super fans from like when they brought in like Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, and like, I can change him. I could change. Like obviously not fans of Lord of the Rings whatsoever, not even a little bit. But they're in there to do like modern day commentary on it. These are the Avatar: Last Airbender equivalent of super fans, where they just kind of gush over everything. Like, oh, she's so cool! Look how girl power. Like they don't care actually.
Yeah,
this is about the girl power. And,
like nothing they say is like it's nothing they say is actually worth a damn. It's just like this low voltage reaction. There's no attempt to make it artistic. Just like she's so Chinese or some bullshit.
Yeah, it's like what you don't have to know the project to like make a commentary. It's like, oh, look at her go, Slay Queen. Like you don't have to do any. You don't have to know anything. Like I said before, where it's so easy to have like defenders come to defend your movie as long as you have like a female main character, because they don't actually have to see the movie or even be a fan of what the movie's about. All they have to go is like, you're misogynist, you're a bigot, you're homophobic, blah, blah, blah. You don't have to know the movie, because they already have like the one, some standard attacks that they can throw out.
It's like they cast these spells to make themselves free of all criticism,
Exactly. It's like you're misogyny, transphobic, homophobic. It's like Hillary Clinton, like just reading them all out. Homophobic, transphobic.
Yeah.
And she were to the point that I remember like Hillary Clinton read all the istophobic stuff, and then she's like just running out of breath. Islamophobic, blah 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 blah. She had to take a breath.
That's so funny.
Like a long line of stuff. It's a Yutzabom says, is there a female lead? They'll get angry. You'll get Angry Joe to come defend the movie. Yeah, he was like, oh, how dare you get angry at this movie? All the way. Also, by the way, the movie's 4 out of 10. I didn't like it.
Yeah, no. Dude, Angry Joe is such a baby now.
It really is, unfortunately, like, for whatever reason.
Like, bro, we kind of trusted you, and like once in a while you were kind of cool, but lately you've just been a bitch, man. It's embarrassing to like want to like you, because like you're excusing such obvious bullshit for activism.
Yeah, for whatever reason. Bitch made nice guy. Oh, wait, I think Stu, bitch made gamer.
Yeah, you got it.
Bitch made gamer.
Dude, LMAO. Now let's give this scene a listen. Netflix, don't punish me. I'm gonna listen to just a very quick sequence here.
What's your name?
Toph. Beifong.
Who's this?
Is that meant to be a Kyoshi?
Is that Kyoshi Warrior? Like, who is this? Oh, is this or is that Avatar Kyoshi?
Why?
Does Avatar Kyoshi just show up?
Yeah, why would she advise Toph? How could she advise Toph?
How can she advise Toph? Like that? She's supposed to show up to the Avatar, not Toph.
Yeah, no, fuck you. Ah! Sorry.
This is that's appropriate.
Yeah.
That's awful.
Sorry. I got jumped.
This is so bad. It's so bad. I told you, I've been preaching about this for like a year or whatever. This is awful. Terrible live action version. I watched the M. Night Shyamalan movie, and I had some fun with that movie. That movie's better than this. I'd rather watch that movie than this series. Because that movie, I think he actually tried to make something. There's so much arrogance going into the show. Like, oh yeah, we improved upon it. We made it so much better. We corrected the wrongs of the anime.
Just like your family greatly.
Yeah, well, me too.
Oh, geez. She didn't hate her family. She just hates the fact that they keep her all locked up and protected because they love her too much. But they're gonna make they're gonna make her dad like a drunk because all their dads have to be drunks and abusive.
What?
What? This whole scene is just what?
What are we even doing, ladies and gentlemen? And people are praising this? This dialogue reeks. It reeks, ladies and gentlemen.
No, it's because you're a bigot and a chud or whatever. That's why you think it's terrible.
And you can see the comments. What the actual dog crap is this? Why is Kyoshi...
Okay, I think when the last one came out, the USAID was still a thing.
Oh yeah.
And then they had all this. No one really said anything. But now that it's gone, they don't really have the protection. For some reason, now that USAID has been defunded, now that like everyone's like, wait a minute, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's just dunking on this show. Like, what happened? What was USAID doing? That's what I'm assuming what was going on. That the USAID was funding this or protecting this or something.
Yeah, dude, it was fucking weird. Like,
I'm glad that thing is gone. USAID. Like after USAID went away, a lot of things started changing. It was very strange, very interesting.
There. Why the F is Toph?
It was so expensive. That's why they wanted AI. You know, that's why. Because remember, for years the governments were run and pushed by Democrat leaders, and like AI is wildly unpopular with actual Democrat voters right now, and a non-insignificant number of Republican voters too. So why would the Democrat side of the government push for AI so hard? It's because running and maintaining these like woke content mills to like lull our population into a slumber, it's so expensive that once you take the money out of it, it's gone. It doesn't exist, you know?
Yeah.
So like woke was always like some government's bullshit. It was always a psyop. You know, it was never organic.
They got defunded, and they're not happy. They're not very happy about it.
Mm-hmm.
Not one bit.
In that library, it takes so little to impress Netflix fans. What the F is this dog crap dialogue, and what did they do to Toph? You are actual cattle if you like this. Yeah, what is going on?
That's funny.
Another quote saying this is
you. It's kind of true. Like you're just a consumer, literally. Just give me slop and I'll eat it. It's kind of like that article we went over the other day with Cowboy Bebop. Was that you? I think that was you.
Mm-hmm.
Or we went over Cowboy Bebop and they were asking for slop. They were angry that Cowboy Bebop was so good and so subtle and had such good writing, and they're asking for it to be made more sloppy, so they can enjoy it. I get, and as if the slop, making it more sloppy and just mass produced, was a better version of it. Like, why are we going into this? Why are we having more therapy sessions with it, which a term they actually used? Why don't we have more therapy sessions so they could tell us how they feel? And it's so weird that they did that, but that's what they want. They don't want gourmet meals. They want slop. They think, in fact, not only do they want slop, they don't even know it's slop. They like it because it is. They think slop is the superior version of what they're getting. Let's see.
literally a bad fan fiction. Why is she in the spirit library? What is this Tumblr-esque dialogue, man?
See, I'm not the only one who knows what it's called. Like Tumblr-esque series, Tumblr-esque dialogue. That's just what that's what it is. I call it Twitter dialogue. Actually, I think it's more appropriate Twitter dialogue. Where it's like, okay, here's a little sound bite. Here's a quip, right? It's all quips and stuff.
I dislike your family greatly. Who are your parents? Exactly. What is this scene even for? This is so lame.
And they don't talk to each other. They just kind of like respond with other stuff because they don't really go back and forth. It's all just like a back and forth on a Twitter. I just like your family greatly. Who are your parents? Exactly.
Man. And here's another quote saying, why is Kyoshi talking to Toph and asking her about her own reincarnation? What the hell is happening? Doesn't really seem to make a lot of sense now, does it? And here's another quote saying the Avatar fandom is large enough. We can actually donate money and sue Netflix. And hey, they want some help on that, a class action lawsuit against Netflix. That sounds like an absolute banger to me.
Just for offending us.
That'd be so funny. Just a class action lawsuit against Netflix for just raping this entire franchise.
Yeah, bro.
So hard.
Dude, yeah, this is dreadful. This is absolute like dog shit, man.
Absolutely awful. Let's get out of here. It's like this. Whoever made this should be blacklisted. Like, you obviously are not able to handle any kind of project.
But overall,
at all, really,
this is a disaster.
You should be made excommunicado, I think.
Yeah, like John Wick can't kill people inside the Continental. You can't destroy Avatar: The Airbender without being excommunicado. Okay.
Yeah. No. This is
our services of humanity has been cut off from you, sir. You're no longer human to us.
Cheesy, crazy man.
Oh man, the funny USAID was like pulling a keystone. I'm so happy. Yeah, just we're seeing like the fallout of it, but it's things are changing though. That's the crazy part. Things are changing in a big way.
It's gonna take some time. It's gonna be about like I wouldn't say 10 years, but it's gonna be like at least 5 before all this really goes away.
Yeah, because there's a lot of stuff locked and loaded in the chamber before that happened. So we're going to get some stuff, but it's going to run out.
It is. It's going to run out quick. And as more Citizen Vigilante comes out, as more whatever that movie we just watched, as more of like these Avatar things are flopping, they're being disrespected, nobody likes them. Like even the defenders are kind of giving up defending it because even they can't defend this dog shit without seriously like endangering like any reputation. Shuon Head left. Shuon Head is officially left the left, and she was kind of like the last respectable one because nobody on our side respects any of them anymore. You know, like we know they're all evil bitches. You know, and not even like tough bitches.
Evil.
Yeah. Like,
absolutely evil.
And unless you start distancing yourself from the crazy shit, like, and you can at least agree that your entertainment is dog shit, and like the woke era was retarded, like we can't be friends.
It's like the whole idea is based on my theory that no one is really woke, you know, and when it comes to something they care about, and they expand too much. They made too many things woke, where it kind of expanded to things that woke people liked. And no one actually likes this stuff. They just use it as a hammer to hammer people they don't like. So when it comes down to their stuff becoming woke, they actually don't like it. But I remember even Anita Sarkeesian was like, "Wait a minute, you can't make Buffy the Vampire Slayer black. You can't make a remake of her being black."
She said that?
Yeah, it was crazy.
No, she didn't.
That's one of the things where I came up with my theory in the first place, where they kind of announced that they're making a remake of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and they want to make, you know, DI, you know, black main character. Buffy's black now, and she complained about it.
What did she say? Did she say something like a black woman could not capture the essence of, or did she say something like Buffy's story wasn't about oppression, it was about badassery, and making her black would change her, like, or what did she say?
I don't even think it was that I don't think it was that diplomatic. It was just like I think she even like just quipped on it or something. It's like you can't be serious or something like that. She didn't like it. She didn't like it. She railed against it. It was years ago. I forgot what she said, but I remember that being the case. Like, whoa, even she was like, wait a minute, I can't make a Buffy the Vampire Slayer black. That's not who she was.
Yeah, chat, could someone find and confirm that for me, please? That's so cool. That's crazy of real, you know?
She tried deleting it or something like that because she got blowback. But she that was during the era where Anita Sarkeesian tried to get back in the news. Like one time she also complained about Bo-Katan being in The Mandalorian or something like that. Let's see. And I forgot what exactly her complaint was. Something like she was too underutilized as a woman or something like that. But yeah, here we are.
We'll have to wait and see on how the reception of this in terms of viewers ends up being. But yeah, this looks very bad, low quality, and everything surrounding this right now is 90% people dunking on it, 10% brainless cattle just enjoying this product because they're supposed to. That's really all there is to it.
They don't want good stuff. They just want more stuff. It doesn't even have to be good. It's just like, as long as we have more stuff, they keep filling that trough, we're happy.
Yeah, they're just, it's just this low voltage need to like replace all the old stuff with just shitty stuff, you know? Like they know it's shitty. Like they know it doesn't compare. They just have to they're just trying to gaslight you into pretending it's good, you know?
Yeah, just trying to like guilt you into pretending it's good. Like trying to guilt you into it. By the way, chat, we could cut off the stream here, or we could watch this manga comment video that talks about Jax.
I'd be good for a little bit longer. I'm tired today, so I could use the procrastination.
Sounds good, but we haven't really reached Pillarman yet. That's the issue, Stu.
Oh, that means
we have a longer show. We haven't reached Pillarman.
There's also no gay bar story. I went to a gay bar and had an experience with a bisexual man.
Oh, interesting. Hey, you won't be able to hear that.
You won't be able to hear that story.
Was it? Who knows?
It was a positive one, and one that chat might actually be really interested in hearing. Actually, like because we got on the subject of you know, people.
of various people.
Let's
see. Okay, so Uriah on Discord sent me the summarized perspective. It said, when Buffy the Vampire Slayer reboot was announced in 2018, media critic Anita Sarkeesian, so it was a long time ago, expressed skepticism. She noted that the original show occupies a uniquely specific moment in feminist media history, and stated that recasting Buffy as a black woman would not live up to the original series' specific cultural impact. The conversation surrounding the reboot and whether characters should be race bent or if it doesn't matter what the issue is. She was criticizing race bending. Race swapping. Original characters of color should be created instead. Became highly debated on social media. It's like, why not? Why not just make new characters? See, Sarkeesian has historically praised Joss Whedon's original Buffy the Vampire Slayer. She considers the original series to be an excellent example of feminist media, according to her. See, she cares about it, Stu. See,
She really does, yeah. So
she cares about it.
Because it has a strong female woman, and it was beloved by both men and women.
But she's got to filter it through her ideology. So it's like, oh, it's because it's a good piece of feminist media. That's why.
Yeah. And it's like, bro, it has nothing to do with feminism, man. You're like, even by your own ideals, it doesn't work. Also, other bits of anime and media don't need to be Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And in fact,
they don't.
In fact, like, I like it better if they're not, because that makes Buffy the Vampire Slayer even more special. You don't need to make everything like ideologically the same. You can sometimes have something that is apolitical, or it wasn't meant to be political, and honestly, it's really rude if you try to turn it into something that it's not, you know? Because someone like me, who never wanted to make a political piece of work, has seriously considered injecting more of my personal politics into my own book. And I don't want to, but I feel like at this point, it's like, all right, here, if you don't like it, then you don't have to buy it. And I do mean that, because like I've gone years doing the same for other people, and it's not getting respected, you know?
Yeah, not one bit. That's why it's like, you at first you're like, oh, let me give them some credence, some deference, or whatever, but it'll never be returned. People I've learned this. Everyone has learned this. They'll never show you deference. They'll never show you respect. They'll never return what the kindness you give them. They never will. So don't bother.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, because like I've got nothing against anybody, you know. I really don't hold grudges. I've told y'all before that I made up with the person that hurt me the most, you know. Like, that person, like, people have told me, and they're like, no, you deserve to stay angry, and I'm just like, I don't want to put energy into it, you know.
Yeah, because grudges and hatred, it's like a drinking poison hoping the other person dies.
Right, like, it does me no good to think about that person, like, at all. So I just let it go. You know, I can't affect that part of my life anymore. So that relationship is positive again, or at the very least neutral. And there just seems to be a lot of people on the left that aren't willing to live that way. They're not willing to give people the benefit of the doubt and just go, whatever, you know?
Like, at all. Let's see. But okay, we'll go ahead and watch the new video. The next one, Man Common going over Jax. Called, I think they're called terrible characters. I think he means in terms of personality, not written wise. But we'll see. We'll see. But let's check it out, chat. Let's check it out.
Yep, you read that title right. In fact, let me make a quick comparison. Obviously not to that extent, mind you, but a different flavor. Though I'm more curious how many people are just going to stop with that clip and then leave a comment and leave. Now, I'd like to explain before I get told I'm not allowed to have this opinion, and I do want to make sure that I say this. If you like Jax as a character, more power to you. Obviously, I'm not the biggest fan of the character at this point, but if you do, hey, don't let me or anyone else take that away from you. I'm just one guy on the internet with an opinion, because ultimately this video isn't meant to convince you that I'm right and everyone else is wrong. This is more or less explaining my issues with the writing from around this.
Jax has a really unique role in the show, because without Jax, there is no conflict, because everyone else is a kumbaya, let's work together, no one make any waves kind of person. Jax is the only one that brought any kind of like opposition or conflict in there. So not only was Jax a benefit to the show, he was critical to the show. Without Jax, there really is no show.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some stuff, and I mean, they'll go on adventures or whatever, but a lot of confrontation, a lot of conflict surrounded Jax and his behavior.
Yeah. Well, that's not entirely true, because one of the other characters who I feel is the most, one, sympathetic, and two, like, kind of out there, was Kane, because they were really, really mean to Kane, like, seemingly no reason. And part of it, you got to wonder, is it because the creator misunderstands what good social interaction is? Because what Kane did to them is not that unreasonable based on what
given everything that we know now. It's like he was just doing his job, and he was just trying to do the best he can.
Mm-hmm.
People came back. I said that on Twitter. People came back, no, he tortured them for years. Like, no, he didn't.
Like, it wasn't like malicious. It was just ignorant, and like, he did take their feedback into consideration. It just wasn't as immediate as they would want it to be, because they didn't want to be entertained. They wanted answers. And Kane, either I don't remember if Kane didn't know the answer, or if he didn't tell them, like, and if he did tell them, would that destroy their minds? Like, would that cause them to abstract, like, how in what manner is Kane interacting with them? Is he interacting them as a cold-hearted, like, but barely sentient machine, or is he meant to be a sympathetic character? Like, what is the role of Kane? And so, since the show doesn't really tell us, we have to assume, based on what we know about the creator, and what we know about the creator has thus also disappointed us, because people like you and me, like, what was the meaning of the show? Oh, it was Jax's trans crash out.
Trans now.
Like, Jax is trans, and he made everyone else's life miserable because of it. So what does that tell us? Is it like trans people are awful? No, not really, because Zubul was also a trans character and wasn't completely unreasonable. Just grumpy and kind of hostile to Kane. So, like, but sociable to everybody else,
Yeah. So let's see what main comment says about Jax.
Fictional person. So, spoilers for the finale and the show entirely. Though I don't know why you went.
The moment everyone really wanted to ship Pomni with Jax.
Yeah.
A lot of women like the scene. Like, oh, Jax, this is great. They love this part.
Entirely.
And I knew they would.
Though I don't know why you wouldn't know this, since the finale happened just last week. On a side note, I'll be using they, them as pronouns for Jax, mainly because it's easier since...
Well, that's enough for today. Thank you much, everyone.
Oh, that's sad.
Alexander 2 says they wanted to escape, but it's not even canon that he's trans. It's not. That was confirmed outside the show. Maybe. Only maybe. It's real about what Kaufmo said. Like, Jax, Ribbit did not take off her bow and put it on you because she thought you were a girl, you idiot. She wanted to be intimate with you. Which is way more accurate than oh yeah, Jax is trans because he blushed when she put a bow on him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of where I thought it was going. And like, man, like, how low is Jax's like social and emotional intelligence that he turns such a positive situation into such a negative thing?
It's pretty crazy. But yeah, I never thought, oh, he's trans. I thought, like, okay, well, he's blushing because, basically Ribbit just became naked.
Yeah.
It wanted to escape, and Kane couldn't do that. Yeah, Kane couldn't do that at all.
I came across like this AI video on, I don't know if it was like meant to be really funny, but it was like, which characters bore Jax's child? It was like Ribbit's abdomen became more like rounded and feminine as like the flashbacks went on, indicating that she bore Jax's child. Pomni came along, and like, I'm just sitting there flabbergasted. It's like, please tell me this was on purpose, but it's also equally as funny if it was just like an AI farm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would be pretty funny. In terms of human Pokemon relation.
Yeah, it's like on that level. Because I want to believe in dead internet theory. I want to believe that the internet has not gotten this insane. And really, we're just kind of like everything's kind of over misrepresented, you know?
By the way, I missed some of these over here on Rumble, but yeah, Fiona she had to give to says one big issue of is that Knights of Guinevere once again with the trend was so leading male characters. I like female characters, female leads and all, but when was the last time they had decent male leads that weren't gay? I don't think it's been a while. Since before the dark times. But yeah, with Knights of Guinevere, we watched that one on Saturday, and it's the main characters are both women. I was surprised that they were not lesbians. I was like, surely they're lesbians, but they're not apparently. And what else? Oh yeah, I was kind of fed up in the middle of it when they I heard their names because names are like very male. They have very male names. I forgot what it was, but they have have dude names. I was like, oh geez, really? Why is it so tough to give women names anymore? Let's see. And Fiona says, yeah, they were the male leads that were not gay. And then Fiona 5 says, which is why I am disheartened at some on our side tearing at each other. I've watched each of them and still try to make in everyone's perspective. I mean, I took Guinevere wasn't that bad, but it was woke coded. To use their terminology, it was very well coded. Let's see. Well, thank you much for your nature. Appreciate. That is technically, according to Rumble, this is $2 super chats into 5 or Rumble rants into 5, but 2 of them were done twice. Or Fiona Nisha, the $2 one was done twice. I'm not really sure if that counts or not, but I guess I'll say it does. So thank you much, Fiona Nisha. Appreciate it. See, Tyler Person says, check out Monkey Wrench. It's an indie animated series that stars actual men. Well, that's pretty cool.
The entire the show, Jax has been referred to with male pronouns. And even though Gooseworks said that it doesn't really matter what pronouns are used between male and female, I don't want a headache, so I'm using more general pronouns. Not to mention...
It's like, you know what, I don't want to make it my problem.
Oh, I can't. Okay, so that's actually funny. That's actually really
I don't want to make it my problem.
Yeah, it's like I don't want any of that smoke, so I'm opting out. That's hilarious.
When I make my Amazing Digital Circus video, Stu, I'm definitely using male pronouns.
Yeah.
Fill in my comment section, please.
Yes. If you comment at me angrily, you're just feeding me. You're making my video more powerful with your engagement. I'm doing it, and because the show did it that way. You know.
I mentioned Jax. I go, he did this, and he did that.
What an asshole!
I think my opening up was Jax is a man, and then. And then we continue on the video. Yeah, exactly. They made you the circus. By the way, Jax is a man.
It's really good. Just absolute troll. What a piece of shit.
Jax is a man, by the way. Let's see.
Oh, that's incredible. That's incredible. Because here's the thing: like, if someone argues with you in the comments, no matter what, they are technically wrong. You know, because like throughout the entire show, Jax has been male presenting, and that is like, just because you found out after the fact that they like, even if you wanted them to be female, and if they wanted to be female, like, they still presented as a male throughout that time. So you're going to use he when addressing him during that time, because that is actually correct based on the rules that they have set.
Exactly. So yeah, it's like I was gonna say, like, the Jax is my favorite character. He's the main man. Boom.
Like, just toe that line just enough.
Exactly.
And Leroy, the character that Jax is...
No, men can have long hair, right? Having long hair does not mean you're a girl.
I I had really long hair when I was like in middle school. You know, I back in the times when I had hair and it looked good. It was okay.
I technically have long hair now. It's just Mexican hair, so it looks very fancy and curly. In fact, I played Obscura recently. My friend bought me the Obscura Expedition 33, and another friend of mine said, "How come the main character looks like you?" So I have that hair of the main character. That's what it's like. It's longer. I mean, it's that length. It would be longer if it was straight. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, so Hutzel, you guys have hair. Fuck you, Hustle. No, because I've met Hutzel in real life several times. That man is incredibly handsome without hair. All right, he does not look like me without hair. Do you understand me? Fuck you. You don't get to like fucking mog me without hair and then whine.
We're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. You're like, oh yeah, that guy out in the cold. Stu was like, this look me. Because that guy had like long hair in the back, but like bald in the front.
Oh yeah, I haven't gotten a haircut. I should probably get a haircut today because like I'm going to be busy for like the next 2 months, and I'm going to be out in public, and I'm trying to sell, and like I don't need to look sexy, but I need to not look like a creepy old man. like
I would help.
Like I'm not like upset at my appearance, you know, but I am upset when my hair is disheveled and looking bad, and I would like to go get a haircut so I at least look what I believe to be is my best look, you know.
She says, I've got hair.
Fuck you, Hiddle.
I do have hair.
Based off in real life, still use he him pronouns at the end of the series. If there's a change to that, then
yeah, see, like there was never any confirmation in show that Jax is trans. That was like a thing that might have been confirmed outside of the show, maybe.
Bad then. But my issues with Jax don't really have anything to do with the character being trans. The only issue I have with that by itself, it's kind of weird to just say that after the show and pretty much remove any ambiguity and possibility for people to get other interpretations of the character. Because that kind of removes some of the fun of the discussion of media to me. I'm totally fine with Jax being trans. I just don't like them as a character, and I think it's because the writing in particular isn't spectacular, at least from my point of view.
Yeah.
I like Jax was mean to Zubul and Gangle.
Yeah, like that's it. That's what he's like. He's absolutely right. Like confirming that Jax's behavior is based on a trans crash out is both incredibly cringe, incredibly embarrassing, incredibly like self-reporting, and on top of that too, like you remove any like potential like column A, column B stuff. You know, it's like perhaps part of it was because of a trans crash out, but perhaps also some of it is because he's mentally unwell based on the sock we see on the counter in episode like 4, you know, like some bullshit, right? Like leave something to discuss that's interesting, you know?
Exactly. Something we can, you know, look into.
Does Stuart have a receding hairline? Yeah, no, it's so I have toyed with the idea of getting cosmetic surgery because I am embarrassed about being fat, or I don't like my fat appearance, you know. And like I like what my body is, but I do not like having a gut. And we have kind of agreed, no, that's not a good idea. But like ultimately, yeah, it's just a bad idea.
Whenever humans mess with nature, usually is not a good idea.
Yeah, you got to make it as natural as possible. And so, but the one thing that my wife and I agreed on, if we ever get like some fuck you money again, and if we ever become like really stable again, we are going to get hair plugs. Like we're getting our hair back. There is no reason not to do that.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense to me.
Because you're using your own hair when you do it. Like you take your hair out of your ass cheek or something, and then like you put it in your head. And like I could use less hair on my back. I'm gonna be real. So I'm cool with turning that into the top of my head hair, you know?
That makes sense. I could do with that. Go get him, Stu.
Right off the bat, I want to point out that just because a character does terrible things, that doesn't mean that they're terribly written. It just makes it a much bigger hurdle for someone to actually...
Uh-oh. Now you're getting back in Nazi territory. Because you can do horrible things as a villain to woke people. You can do a genocide, you can destroy planets, you can torture people, you can brainwash people into becoming your personal sex slave. But if you're rude or bigot, if you're like racist, oh man, that's unforgivable. That's awful. Like that, you can't do that.
Actually, like a character.
Heaven forbid the bad guy is transphobic. Man, that's too far. But I mean, genocide, they could deal with genocide. Remember that a really base clip we saw where the guy's like comes in with ivory hair. He's like, the unseasonably tanned Jewess.
Yeah. Right.
Wokies are like look, I can excuse racism, but
yeah.
But I could, and the other girl's like, you can excuse racism. Wokies are like, I can excuse genocide and slavery, but I can't have you being rude and transphobic. Okay. That is a step too far.
Especially in my case. Because normally when you have a character doing terrible things, there has to be a bit of a balance, especially if your goal is to make the audience like the character to some degree or empathize with them, or some other junk that pretentious YouTubers like to stuff into our videos so we can make the ad revenue. Jax isn't like Travis Touchdown or
I love that stuff.
Or Chloe Price. Jax is a bit of a different.
You know, as bad as they might say Chloe was, at least you can shoot her as many times as you want.
I'll be right back.
No problem. Your mixtape was full of Chloes, but you couldn't shoot any of them.
Jax is a bit of a different beast when it comes to terrible characters. And I mean terrible as in the character itself is terrible and not the writing it particularly. Let's just get into this. One of the bigger issues Jax has as a character, and more so with the entire The Amazing Digital Circus, has to do with its character writing. I know that Gooseworks has said that Pomni and Jax are the main characters of the show a while back, but honestly, for the first half of the series, it sure doesn't feel that way. Pomni is more in line with that main character role. Plus, I might remind you guys we initially got this, where Ragatha was supposed to get that episode 5 development, but then shared that with Jax, and more so in 6 too. It's rather odd to me because in the beginning of the show, Jax really wasn't shown to be a main character, at least to me. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with making Jax the deuteragonist. The issue is that it wasn't really established that way in early episodes and only started being built up in the 5th episode onwards. Hell, Gummy Goo, the NPC that got murked at the end of the episode he's introduced in, got his own development, at least until he died.
Wait, what?
Meanwhile, everyone else was effectively pushed to the background. Jax was made out to be another member of the cast. Hell, you only need to look at the opening song in the first episode, where Jax is introduced pretty much like everyone else in the rest of the cast.
Let's get right into the news.
The point is, from my POV, from what we've seen on
good old Gummy Goo
online, and at least a good healthy number of people, it wasn't really conveyed that way that Jax was the secondary lead.
It's a Carnicetrol. I think which of the 5 says on over there on Rumble is Stu, stuttering Craig of Side Scrollers, got a hair replacement service and loves how it turned out. Reach out to him and get some info on what he did. Let me go ahead. I will tell Stu when he gets back about. I know the Quartering wanted to do that too. The Quartering was looking into like going to Mexico or something to get like some hair plugs, I think, or something like that.
Character, especially if you're just watching the show and not reading posts or watching live streams, which, as I've already established, is a personal tick of mine. Creators need to stop dropping these kinds of things outside the show. If it wasn't important to include in the show, then
stop pulling a J.K. Rowling. They got to stop pulling J.K. Rowling's. If it's not in the show, it really shouldn't count. That's why like they did this. They try to pull the same crap, and during the era of The Last Jedi, we're like, oh no, all this stuff you're claiming about is explained in this book or that comic. Well, it's not in the movie, so it doesn't count. Like kind of like that, you can't do patches after the movie came out. You kind of have to get it right the first time. All right, so yeah, that's kind of what they were doing. They're trying to fix it by putting in other media, trying to fix it or patch it with other stuff. Doesn't really work. Technically, I don't have to accept that whatsoever. But yeah, but this whole thing with J.K. Rowling is like, oh yeah, he's gay, or her, oh yeah, he's black, or something like that. It's like, no, not in the book, they're not. Or J.K. Rowling's like, oh yeah, Hermione could be black. Like, no, she's specifically described as white in the book because they're in Britain.
Don't do that. If Jax is meant to be the clear secondary protagonist with Pomni, then I'd have to say that the setup wasn't really all there. And I think it's a valid issue that people can have with it, especially when you have Gooseworks actually making posts about this saying like certain episodes will be about certain characters, even if you somewhat walk that back later. Granted, I will add a caveat to this. You're allowed to be upset at the lack of a poor setup with Jax's character, but you shouldn't be attacking creators over it. Obviously. Back on to point, you also have to consider the buildup of lore, theory bait, and other characters that were there in the show at the beginning, only to pivot to focusing on the inner turmoil of a singular character that can be rather jarring, especially when Jax takes over that role from Pomni too. My point is the narrative wasn't built initially over Jax's inner turmoil, and it does ultimately hurt the narrative, especially since it effectively takes all the other plots and threads into side dishes. Take, for example, the whole thing with the CNA, that just fizzles out at the end because despite what was made to be clearly built up with it, it's not really related to Jax's issues and just gets brought up as everyone being brain scans, and then we just get a montage of them slowly coming to terms with that. Yay. Along with that lack of proper build-up to Jax being the
motherfucking montage. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to update this thing. Yeah, we're $7 away, chat. $7 away from today's Pillarman is $7 away. By the way, Stu, Carter Kitchell sent me a $5 Rumble rant to say that Stu, studying Craig of Side Scrollers, got a hair replacement service and loves how it turned out. Reach out to him and get some info on what he did.
Okay.
Good old stuttering Craig.
Is that Side Scroll, Greg?
Yeah, Side Scrollers. Yeah, Side Scrollers. Or the quartering. I heard he did the same thing.
I mean, like, if it works, right? You know what Asmongold should do? He should start a fund exclusively for men for hair transplants. Like,
that'd be pretty cool. That would make everyone angry. You know, that's something similar happened like with that in Confiscate History. One of the HWs was like, "I hope you all get ball cancer," and so Confiscate generated a bunch of money and donated a bunch of money to a thing for ball cancer. To support men who have ball cancer, or something like that. Utsa Bomb says only person who does that and there's a little to no pushback is Oda for One Piece, because who's gonna say no to Oda on his own project? Like, who's gonna be working on One Piece and say no to Oda? That guy knows what he's doing, and it's provable.
Secondary protagonist, the backstory to everything was pretty much dumped in the last episode. Now, there are parts I do like in the backstory, but my issue is that before all this, all we got were little snippets like Ragatha bringing up how Jax used to have friends, or the flashbacks of the real world that led to people believe this was an ARG thing and had some maniacs actually going out to find the real world locations.
Oh yeah. Oh, what's it called? Like the real world puzzle kind of stuff. Like they've done that a few times before. Like, okay, go here and you'll find like this piece of the puzzle. Because I think didn't Gravity Falls do that? I could have sworn like Gravity Falls did that or something. Where you can find like the actual statue of Bill Cipher, something like that. Those are fun, but I don't think this is one of those.
Freaks. But then the episode 9 does a ton of heavy lifting and is done through flashbacks while Pomni is somehow able to enter the mind of an abstracted Jax. How does she do that again?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Regardless of how that works, because the show never even hinted that something like that was even possible until now, the point is there were ways to make this more effective.
Yeah, Pomni could just do it. That's why I thought they were kind of hinting at, oh, maybe they can save someone from abstraction. But it actually goes nowhere.
Not to only to tie in Jax's memories into this, but also showcase that interacting with an abstracted person also gives you a peek into their memories. In my own personal thoughts, the idea was to have an abstracted Kaufmo have that effect. Hell, you don't even have to make it a direct touch with the abstracted. Just have it be a glitching effect that Pomni sees a memory through Ragatha after touching her. To me, this gives a good setup for both Jax's past, and even that's possible to interact with an abstracted's memories by touch. Now granted, I and everyone who's watched the show have the gift of 20/20 hindsight! And just because the show...
And this was a ball says, man, Gummy would have been a great character too. An NPC coming to terms with his own existence and learning from a group of humans how to live. That would have been a great story arc. Yeah, but that would have been tough. That would have been like a really... that would have required effort. And so he had to die, unfortunately.
Didn't do this specific thing. That's not me holding it against it. I like to think you're allowed to make suggestions, propose ideas on how to fix.
It probably would have taken too much time away from Jax and Pomni, I would say. So he had to go.
Issues you have with a show or game or whatever, but you shouldn't judge a show based on your own headcanons or theories because it doesn't do them. This is just me thinking in hindsight.
Yeah, okay, so this is the moment where like people saw this as like, oh yeah, Jax is trans. When normal people saw this and said, oh, Jax is really into Ribbit.
Yeah.
And Ribbit is just naked now, technically speaking.
Did she wear anything? Oh, that's right, the ribbon.
She just wore the bow tie. That's it.
That's right. And now she's naked. Oh my god.
Technically naked, yeah. So
holy shit. This is like so Jax lost his mind at the sight of a naked woman.
I guess so. I mean, there's nothing to indicate that he's trans here, and other than he put the bow on his head. But it's more like they're into each other, and she's naked now. It's like when on those movies where the girl kind of kicks off her panties or something like that and lands on the guy's face. That's kind of one of these. What this looks like.
Yeah,
it's one of those.
See, I never actually I never actually considered that. But yeah, no, I can see that now. Yeah.
And it's like I just let that meme. There's just a truthful meme with Kafka going, Jax, Ribbit took off the bow and put on you because she wanted to be intimate with you, not because she thought you were a girl, you idiot.
Yeah.
Do them. This is just me thinking in hindsight how to actually fix an issue that I spotted with the revelation that Jax is the main character, despite the first 4 episodes not really doing that, making it more like an ensemble cast show. And ultimately, this is probably the least forthcoming issues with Jax's writing. The bigger issue is... I think what really gets me with Jax's writing is that there are concessions to be made with the story actually to work. Basically, to me, I can see the strings of the puppet master breaking the illusion. Now, I've brought this up before, but what do I mean by this? Well, I know this has come off as super focused on a single scene, but the scene that I feel has the issues and highlights them extremely well, then I'll go into a couple of other parts. Here's the scene in question.
Never mind.
I wish I'd pried a little more. I somehow forgot how bad it can get.
Now, this may not seem like a big moment, but it kind of flies in the face.
It kind of just happens. It's like, oh, why did it all screen? Okay, well, it's supposed like the Gooseworks is like, I wanted to make it as out of nowhere as it is in real life. I guess talking about suicide, I guess.
Sure.
But here's the thing. It would have been way better if, like, at one point, Pomni goes, we haven't seen Jackson in a while. Can you go check on him? And it would echo what happened with Kaufmo. Like, I was like, hey, we haven't seen Kaufmo. Where is he? Let's go check on him. And he's inside abstracted. It would reflect that. Like, it would be like poetry. It would rhyme. It doesn't have to be like we see him abstract. It could be he abstracted off screen, and when Pomni goes to check on Jax, boom, he's abstracted. I think that would have been a better way to do it. All character-wise, narratively, all the way around.
Pretty much all of Pomni's development and personality just to make Jax abstract. Hell, you don't even have to go to another episode to make this point. You don't need to go back a few minutes of the finale.
We can't fix every problem. Not with ourselves. Not with the world around us.
Can't let God do all the work, Pomni.
But we can still do what we can.
It's gonna be a lot of work.
But it won't be a lot of work alone.
So you're telling me, despite Kinger saying that stuff, and
that's a lot to take seriously coming from a guy with a bucket on his head and one eye,
inspiring Pomni to help the others, that she wouldn't have tried again with Jax? And if you don't believe that alone be enough, how about this?
What?
Fill me in later.
Be here later.
Oh, okay.
Be here later. Or this.
Hey, you all right?
I'm great.
And?
No.
My point is, even after the fight between the two in the gun episode, it's
the best episode.
Clear Pomni still cared to Jax for some extent, checking in on him, making sure he would come back. You're telling me the moment that Jax, the same Jax who was willing to physically push Pomni away, has a small crack in the armor coming up to...
And see, Carter Ketchum, by the way, make sure the 5 rumbles on rants. I'm never gonna get used to that. It's called rants. But so Carter Kendrick says, Stu, speaking of side scrollers, Stuttering Craig has been openly discussing about starting a convention of his own. I think you might be a good source of experience for him. Maybe you could help. Yeah, maybe we could trade experience for hair. And good swap. Good swap, good trade off.
Yes.
It's a all right, very much. All right, I'm going to update this in a little bit here.
Pomni while the rest of the cast are rebuilding the entire circus. Something that they never really did before, and Pomni wouldn't go after Jax. Not even trying to reach out to them? She wouldn't stop Jax just to reach out to the rabbit? To me, this doesn't make sense, and because she didn't reach out despite continually doing so even after their fight, Jax ups and abstracts. It feels that to make Pomni give up her main character trait, especially since before the finale, we see her and the rest of the cast coming together. It's so weird that Pomni, the girl whose whole shtick is to help others and has been trying to make...
All right, chat, we're just $2 away. Can we make it? Is $2 away?
Make sure that the group has each other does nothing here. It's
puzzle. The ball says, "Well, Jax, you really fumbled the bag. Your would-be girlfriend croaked, wink, before you had the chance to hop on her. And when you did have the chance, your insecurities prevented you from getting froggy." But even worse, though, is that Jax, purposely drove Ribbit to abstract. That's what I got from the. It's kind of like that whole old school trope of like, okay, oh wait, who was it? The Solomon was it Solomon who saw her taking a bath and he sent her husband to go die.
Yeah. Hold on. King George and the Rubber Ducky by the VeggieTales. That was it. that was it. Yeah, I remember that story.
And people have that theory about Jean-Luc Picard that he sent Beverly's husband to go die so he could get with her.
Damn.
Because that's technically what happened. Is that Beverly's husband was under his command when he died? So people are like, "Oh, did he just send him off to go die so that he could get with Beverly Crusher?" So it's like that. So that Jax seemed to have it seemed this way, that he purposely drove Ribbit to go abstract because Ribbit knew too much about him. That's what it felt like to me, anyway.
Since even from a more practical standpoint,
I knew it was Bathsheba. I just thought okay, he saw her taking a bath, so is her name Bathsheba? That seems too on the nose. But I knew it was Bathsheba. I got the king wrong, but I knew it was Bathsheba. I was like, is it Bathsheba? That seems like I'm wrong there because he saw her taking a bath. Is her name really Bathsheba? But I was right about her then. I got the king wrong.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that Jax doesn't abstract? Because these guys can not only be volatile and mess you up via touch, just so things in this already crappy situation don't get worse? Shouldn't making sure that Jax doesn't become a monster, well, more than usual, be a concern? Especially when the character who throughout this entire series has been slamming heads against Jax, Zubul, says this.
That includes you too. Listen, we're not gonna have you wandering off alone somewhere and abstracting or something. You're a pain in the ass, but you're still one of us.
Well, that just frickin' happens.
And what else you got to do in there? You don't even have Kane to distract you, so it's really have no excuse. And second of all, it kind of feels like has anyone ever seen Beer Fest? It's kind of like that, where it's like he was like, what's his name? Landfill was a fat asshole, but he was my fat asshole. And then Beer Fest does something that a lot of movies do these days, and they kind of just sidestep consequences, but they do it in a funny way because they know what they're doing. So the same actor plays Landfill's brother, but he's like a cowboy. It's like, and also not only is he playing the same character, he's like call me Landfill in honor of him. Also, I'm better at everything. These guys have been training for months to go to a beer contest, and this guy just comes in already ready to go. he even sleeps with Landfill's wife, and his wife, and the Landfill's wife is like, forget old Landfill. You're way better than old Landfill ever was. It's so funny. I love Beer Fest. It's one of my favorite comedy movies. It's so funny. Also, it's one of the better comedies for me because I like that movie and beer. So it combines two great things.
Another example would be the ribbit thing. Basically, after Jax unloads, they may have killed their mother and ran away from home.
This situation, do you rather use the word unloads?
To Ribbit, with Kathmo interrupting them.
After Jax unloads on Ribbit's face, we have a little heart-to-heart talk.
Jax begins to push Ribbit away, despite the two becoming closer ever since Jax's introduction to the circus. Eventually, this would lead to Ribbit abstracting, which indirectly is caused by Jax. And it sticks out more because Ribbit basically explained to Jax that she regrets cutting ties with her Mormon parents, wishing to see them again, which isn't possible now that she's a brain scan trapped in a digital circus. So,
what would happen if they're like, okay, I had a fight with my religious parents. Oh, were they Christians? No, they're Muslim. Would they ever do that? I feel like none of these millennials have the balls to do that.
No, they don't. We're past that point because back then they used to make episodes of Law and Order SVU based on like grooming gangs and shit.
Yeah, can't do that now. It's too right wing or something.
Jax isolating Ribbit is kind of hitting on a very touchy subject for Ribbit and exploiting her issues. I want to point out, I do appreciate this from a writing perspective. The acting, the symbolism, and all that jazz is really well done, and it's not my issue here. My issue is, what were the other members of the circus?
My issue is Kafu never told one fucking joke, Stu. He was built up. We were promised that this guy was totally funny, and he was telling jokes so often that Ragatha had to pretend that she found them funny, and he found out about it and got angry with her. But he never even smiled. I think he smiled a little bit, but he never told one joke, Stu. He never told one joke as far as we saw him in the flashback.
Yeah, I guess not.
The joke's funny, man. And I actually said that on Twitter. Everyone got mad at me. Like, he never told one joke.
That's funny.
People agreed, but I was like, but yeah, they're like, of course he's not going to tell jokes. No. There's no like, just because he's a clown doesn't mean he tells jokes. Yes, it does, because he canonically tells jokes. That's in the show. Have you seen the show? Fake fans, all right? Let's see. By the way, Finyo Nisha says it's King David, LD. Yeah, it's King David. I thought it was like, because Solomon's like the big king, but yeah, it's King David. He's the one that saw Bathsheba. Which was that really her name? Like he saw her bathing on the roof. And then boom, he fell in love with her and killed her husband and whatever. Like really the one that he saw taking a bath was named Bathsheba. All right.
No. See, he saw Junior the asparagus with a rubber ducky in the bath, and he was like, I must have that duck. Because he's got a thing for rubber ducks, you see.
I see. Is that why Lucifer from Hazbin Hotel has a thing for upper ducks?
Like that wouldn't surprise me, but it would be a very bizarre connection. It's like the only connection is biblical reference, biblical story, and not even and the thing is too, like Lucifer is wrapped in really good imagery. Like say what you want about the show, like as far as putting biblical references on a character, like they really went for it, like there were a lot of really good ones. But that's it, there's no other like there's nothing outside of Lucifer that's stuck on it. Like it wouldn't make sense if like we put like a Benedict Arnold thing on it, because that's not a biblical reference. That is a Dante's Inferno reference,
Yeah. See, by the way, everything Stu says, tell us your gay bar story, Stu. I'm waiting. Yeah, because we hit it, Stu. We got it.
Oh, we did?
Damn,
Yeah,
we did it.
Okay. So I got invited to my friend's husband's birthday party, and his personality is basically old school 4chan troll. Like he is way more racist than either of us probably put together. And the girl that invited me was the former student who was, a hardcore feminist at one point. Like these characters sound made up, but they're completely real. Like he was telling me the story about they're at the gay bar, and they're like, I guess, like, I went to the gay bar that it was his normal hangout spot that he hung out with his friends. He wanted us to go there because, quote, I wanted you to see how bad liberals are. Well, I went in that bar and it was empty. It was dead empty. Like there were like it wasn't like empty, but like for a poppin', like I've not been to a ton of like bars, but I know what they look like, right?
Yeah.
They're supposed to be crowded, and if there's a dance floor, then there's supposed to be people on the dance floor having a good time. If you're outside, like there's a fire pit going sometimes. You know, that's like a classy bar. And none of that was happening. None of that was there. There was less than 20 people there. Like everyone was clicked off into their own section of the bar. No one was intermingling. Like it was just kind of sad. And so I'm like, they did, however, have in this bar. Actually, I want to be careful. I don't want to give too many identifiers because like this really did happen outside of town. And I don't want to like these people probably don't want to be associated with me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to like tell you that, but like it was very sad for a place that once was really, really popular. No one goes to anymore. And so we left that bar and we went to another bar down the road, and it was again another gay bar. The bartender was gay. The owner was gay, and a lot of gay people were in there. So, but the thing is, it was just kind of cool. Like I went in there, everyone was just kind of behaving kind of normally. Like there was nothing weird going on. There were no drugs. No one was fucking on the dance floor. It was just you're
expecting like a Caligula's palace or something.
Yeah, I was expecting like horrific, awful things. Because like he was telling me stories about how people would get raped in the bathrooms and the
hell?
Yeah, like no, like this is real. And like people would get raped in the bathrooms. They would be doing cocaine off the like fucking off the bar and shit like that. Like real awful shit. And I experienced none of that that night. So that tells me one of two things. Either like people have abandoned that scene for either economic or moral reasons, or like the gays have just chilled the fuck out. You know, at least in
this idea has gone away.
Yeah, because like I went to a bar, or maybe the gay community has grown up a bit too. Because you know, like every kind of community goes through like a weird phase. You guys remember like Sonic fandom?
Unfortunately,
Yeah, like they were the weirdos of the internet, and now like they're almost sensible compared to like Steven Universe fans. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like those guys like talked like the Steven Universe community like bullied a girl so hard she wanted to kill herself. I don't remember the last time I heard that from the Sonic community that wasn't like widely condemned. You know, they're sensible now. Did we get debated? No, I'm going to go back to it. I'm going to go back to the story. I promise. But like, I just didn't experience any of the stuff that he hyped up was going to be the experience. I will also tell you, there were no young people in that bar. Not really. They were all like our age, like late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah.
There was no like 21-year-old or some 19-year-old that snuck in, which I'm going to say is a good thing. I'm just saying that wasn't happening.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
So, like we all got together, like I'm like my buddy and all of his friends, we're at the bar and people start pairing off and start going into doing different things. Like some people go on the dance floor. My one guy is talking to his friends about work stuff, and I'm kind of left over with just random people. And finally I got paired off with this new guy that they just picked up that night. They just met him and said, "Hey, you're hanging out with us.
Come along."
And he was a cool dude. He looked way younger than what he was. He looked like he was like 45. Turned out he was 59.
Damn.
Yeah, bro aged beautifully. And he told me that he was a bisexual man, and he ran one of the more successful independent businesses in the town I was in, like top 4 like stores of his brand. You know what I mean? Of his niche. And he was also like one of the few like big gay business owners too. And it was just an interesting experience because we were both business owners, and so we paired off and just chatted all fucking night. And we talked about like money, taxes, like all this stuff. We really got along. And I did eventually ask, he was like, yeah, I've been married to both a man and a woman. Not at the same time, just he happened he just happened to have a wife at one point and then a husband at another point. And I said, all right, buddy, tell me who was easier to live with. And he goes, the man. And that was the funniest goddamn thing I heard that night.
Probably because, like, you know, if this lesbian marriage, like the divorce rates are the highest, easily the highest.
Yeah. So like women are the problem, right? Which is hilarious.
Yeah, Carter Ketchel says, Litab, you should also reach out and guest star on Skyscrollers. They have a large audience, and I know they would enjoy your takes. Also, I'm late for 2 for Pillman, but screw it. Well, thank you much, Carter Ketchel. Appreciate it. Thank you much, everyone. Yeah.
Now, the funniest thing that we talked about all the night is we talked about our employees, because we employ very similar people. I'm in the anime business, and I travel to conventions, so I run into a lot of the similar people as a gay grocery store owner would have run into. And so he hires a lot of gays, a lot of bis, a lot of like all kinds of people, right? And we both agreed that the ones that gave us the most trouble are at the very least who we've had the least pleasant interactions with were our trans workers. Now, I've had a couple, by the way. The one that I've told you about, the one I bought the house for, that was otherwise a positive experience. This is a different person who worked for me like one time and never again. Holy shit.
Never again.
Never again. That person is now like a company-wide like punching bag. And God bless them for being that for me, because now that's my path to convincing everybody that the world has gotten a little crazy, because there's a lot of them. But the grocery store owner, he told me that his trans employees had all of his employees had their own struggles, but the trans ones made it everybody else's problem. They would be the ones that frequently, most often, had like the biggest like public incidents and the most private, like, I need a day off because of this, and this, and this, and this. Nobody else
on any day off.
Yeah, nobody else had any kind of equivalent behavior. So we both agreed is like we're both sympathetic to the people, but yeah, that movement is getting out of control. It needs to be reined in. It needs to be realized, and it needs to be seriously looked at as what it actually is. And I really appreciated that conversation that night.
Even the gay business owners, like, yeah, the trans people, man.
Yeah, it's becoming a problem because I heard stories like this. Again, this one this is the punching bag employee, not the cool one. The punching bag worker, I heard stories about them from another one of the workers who said they used to work together at like one of those seasonal part-time stores, like one of the big ones. And they said like whenever this person showed up, they would do everything they can to do the least amount of work possible. And whenever they were asked to do something like even moderately grueling, they would fake a seizure.
Man, a seizure?
They would fake seizures. And
that's crazy. A seizure?
There was one time, like, and it's not just that they want to get out of work. They want to work on their own terms, like their own bullshit terms. So one time, this person showed up to work with pink eye and tried to cover it up with an eye patch, like a costume eye patch.
Hold on. So, like, no one's going to ask about this eye patch, right?
yeah, no, people like,
surely no one's going to ask about this.
Yeah, they raised the eye patch. But well, here's the thing. It's because again, this person, Okay, I'm going to talk about I'm going to come up with a name. I need to come up with a real ass name because I'm going to let it slip. We have had so many fucking discussions. So hold on. We're gonna call her Rocky.
Sounds good.
So Rocky is a male to female, and this person is tiny, like a like smaller. I've got okay, smaller than I would say as small as my 14-year-old daughter, who is small for a 14-year-old girl. This is already their build, and so every time I see them, I think they're like way younger than what they are. Plus, they are caked up in makeup at all times. Okay, am I still live?
Yeah, you're still there.
Okay. So this person is caked up in makeup at all times, and Rocky insists that because they are half Japanese, that they need to dress up like a geisha at all times. Like
at all times.
Yeah, like they're a girl, and they're Japanese, so they need to dress up like this traditional Japanese person. Things like chat. I've been to Japan a couple times now. I went to a few cities. No one dresses like what this bitch is wearing. This fucking weirdo is walking around town like in full geisha gear, and it's like, yeah, I'm honoring my culture and my heritage. Her dad's from I'm using her because I'm respecting language, whatever. Chat, you can disagree with it.
That's from Ohio.
Whatever. Like your dad's from Hokkaido, and this dude's never been to Japan. And they just insist on dressing like this at all times. So they are frequently either in cosplay, costume, or traditional clothing. So they go work at this corporate store, like the seasonal corporate store. You probably know the one. And they're walking around like in costume there, so it would almost work, but the eye patch set them off. That they eventually
guess it's Spirit Halloween.
It could be anything. But where was I at? Yeah, there were an eye patch, and so they asked about the eye patch, and this fucking idiot says, "Oh yeah, my eyes all weird," and yeah, they came to work with pink eye. Like, what a piece of shit, You're
gonna spread that around.
And again, they're not willing to do any of the hard work. It's like, hey, we need you to go move this grid wall or whatever.
Like, you don't actually have to be. You're not necessary for this job.
Yeah, they're just a fucking leech. And again, all right, I do need to tell y'all, this person, guess their age.
40?
Too high.
25?
Too low.
And 35.
Too high.
30.
So yeah, they're 29. So
29.
Now remember, this is the same group of people who are now trying to be mentored under me. These are 19-year-olds, 22-year-olds, 21-year-olds, 23-year-olds. This dude is 29 and is like the oldest in this group of friends, and is the most emotional crash out bitch you've ever met. They frequently fake seizures in order to avoid work. And whenever there's a slight inconvenience, they are the first one to cry, whine, and complain. And just like they drop, like, remember, it's a 4-day event. You get there on Thursday, you set up and then Sunday you go home. They get there Wednesday evening, and because they were going to help me, right? This group gets there Wednesday evening. I meet them Thursday morning for breakfast, and then we go set up. And when I meet this person, they had like this emotional breakdown in like the middle of a Waffle House, because
a Waffle House.
We were in a Waffle. I met these guys at a Waffle House Thursday morning, and I've got my intern with me, and we're about to have we're about to have a good day, right? We're about to eat breakfast.
House.
It's a Waffle House. It's a good time, and I see this fucking weirdo sitting with my group of friends. By the way, this is the only person in costume, or at least a caked on costume, and it's Thursday. It's not.
Oh yeah, but being a geisha.
The geisha in the Waffle House. Remember,
Man.
this is Thursday too. So on Thursday,
What an
everyone's
experience.
yeah, everyone's dressing casual. The convention has not started yet. And I looked at them, I'm like, oh, I love your cosplay. And they had this like they were like, oh, like
cosplay.
acted like I physically wounded them because they're like, oh, actually, it's not my cosplay, it's my culture. Yeah, I unironically got that from, again, a 29-year-old who's hanging out with a 19-year-old, a 21-year-old, and a 20-year-old.
It's my culture.
Or I think he was 23. Like, either way, like the second oldest person in that little group I met was 23. And then of course there's me. And I'm 36, but also remember, I'm the boss. You know, I show up and I give them things. And then of course I have my intern. So like I immediately like charmed this whole friend group by being the most chud person you can imagine. Like, I go up and I just absolutely, like, we start talking, we start sharing stories, and like eventually, you know, this person, you know, they realized that they acted like a fool because I just kind of ignored them and moved on. It's like, well, you know, like they started crying. It's my costume, and I'm like, all right, well, I didn't know that. And
because they're kind of used to everyone going, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, that, you know, just kind of like bending over backwards to accommodate them, and you're probably like, okay.
Yeah, I was like, okay, I couldn't possibly have known that, and you're hanging
That's
out
weird.
You're hanging out with cosplayers, so
You're
I
a weirdo.
assumed, yeah, I assumed
No.
you were wearing cosplay. And the thing is, like, she eventually apologized to me, so that felt pretty good. But yeah, no, like this whole weekend, during that whole weekend, they were just acting like like I would be embarrassed to be associated with them, kind of thing. And now Rocky is the laughing stock of that group, and like whenever we need to like all unify ourselves by bullying someone, we bully Rocky.
Bully the geisha.
Yeah, because also like the person like would be walking around and they said something to my worker, was like, why do they think I'm white? Do I look white?
Yes. Literally, if you just look at the geisha.
Yeah. And they were all like, yeah. They were not nice. They were not like cordial. And it's like, bro, you look like a try-hard fucking weirdo. Like, that's what you look like. That's what you come off as. That's what, and you're dragging everyone else down because you bring that energy into everything you do. I also, again, I talked to this person all weekend. I was friendly. I was polite. They trusted me, and I'm glad they did, because again, I'm not going to publicly, like, I'm not going to reveal who this person is, because I want this person to be a lesson of how ridiculous you can get before people, like even the kindest, most understanding people on the planet, lose patience. They lose patience with you. If you are this insufferable, change. Do not be this person. You can be better, and like you'd be surprised with what you can get away. Because again, this is not the only trans person in that friend group. They have another trans person in there. I've met them like 2 or 3 times. They do not like, if you introduce me, this is my trans friend, I'd be like, yeah, I believe you. You know what I mean? This person is not like that passing. They're just chill. You know,
Right.
they don't make it weird. They just show up. They're quiet. They're polite. And I have no problem with this person. This person is also older and like a little bit more responsible. They're not like such an embarrassing like failure that people have given up on them. You know, they're trying to like at least let them live a normal life. So like,
Right.
it's not this is not a transphobia thing. This is you're a fucking weirdo and you need to change.
That makes sense.
Do better, Rocky. Do better, Senator.
Yeah, be better. Be better, geisha.
Like, you fucking cringe ass weirdo. And like, yeah, that's kind of how this friend group behaves. I don't know how we got here again. Like, I got lost in my own sauce.
Let's see. All right. Well, they go, chat. We got a Stu's story.
All right, I went to a gay bar.
they both mutually complained about trans people.
and again too, like this is the same person. Like we got along great. We were best friends all fucking night. I don't know if he would hate me for being, you know, not liberal and like not like crashing out. Like I don't have TDS. I don't like everything Trump does, but I don't have fucking TDS. I'm not sure if that person would hate me if he knew that, or maybe he realized that in our conversation or whatever. Because I told him, it's like, I'm playing on as default settings as possible, my friend. Like, I am so basic, like straight toxic male. I am, I want 2 wives, you know, like that kind of thing. Like, so like we got along great, and he probably kind of knows what I'm about, because I even talked about Asmongold. It's just a small group of weirdos who are making it worse for everybody else, and all you got to do to shut it down is stand your ground. Don't let them take control of the conversation. Be polite. Don't crash out, and like let them make the mistake, because if they're that fucking weird and cringe, they're going to make the mistake on their own.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's like the whole thing of like you got, you know, don't stop an enemy when making a mistake.
Yeah, exactly.
It's kind of a very similar principle. Let's see here, chat. Let's see. We're gonna go ahead and go to stream memes if your story is finished, too.
It is. I think I apologize.
It feels like it's over because we got to meet the gay man and the gay
the based as fuck gay man who hey, it was funny too, because at the end of the night, like we talked about like guns too. Like this guy, he's like, yeah, I gotta protect my store. Like I gotta protect my store and protect my employees. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Like, are we winning? Yeah, because we're winning over the sensible people. It's now
you should hire a gaggle of rooftop Koreans. I heard they're pretty good.
I didn't think about mentioning that. He did talk about, it's like, you know, life is easier for me since I'm a white guy, and I'm like, I'm not gonna fight that, you know. Like, right?
Well, I really want to make my problem.
Yeah.
I just like man comment was like, oh man, he's gonna use the they them pronouns, but he's like, I don't want to make it my problem. Like, okay, well, I can understand that. It makes sense.
It's kind of based, actually.
Like, do you really, when you gotta ask yourself, do I really want to make this my problem?
Yeah.
But anyway, chat, we're going to transition over to stream. Speaking of trans, we're going to transition over to stream memes. And all right, so lower your volume or raise your volume, whatever you prefer. And Pellerman, loud clip incoming. Pellerman in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ay, 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 ay.
Oh, yes, best chat, yes, and God is fitness now. The good young gods of fitness has blessed us this wonderful day. Thank you much, chat. Appreciate it. We're on to stream memes, chat.
There are so many memes.
So many memes. I'm not sure we can get through all these. We'll see. It's Monday again. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Go for the ankle. I think Stu could probably relate with this one. It's like
is that a foot fetish joke? Is that where we're
no,
going?
it's like, you know, it's some don't bite the hand that feeds you. Attack them in another area instead.
Okay, fair enough.
You help out someone so much, and then they just backstab you anyway.
Yeah, God, happens so many times.
It's a damn near a foot of sun. It's measuring sun and feet.
That's really funny.
It's a whole foot of sun out here. It's a foot of sun out here, but I'm not going to work in this mess. Y'all be safe. Instead of a foot of snow, it's a foot of sun.
I'm so glad next weekend. I know I'm unloading inside of a convention hall that does get air conditioning.
So you're going to be the unloading crew.
I'm so happy because carrying shit outside in like blazing heat, it's a different kind of hell. Like it's a different kind of suck, you know? Like
oh yeah, definitely. I know that. I know that experience.
Especially when you're like tearing down and setting up like a very complicated booth. Like I don't
you need like 5 spaces of booth room.
Yeah.
And like a tower. It's like a tower. And everyone hates you for it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Me finally gets 8 hours of sleep. My neck. Yeah, but you did it wrong. Air conditioning. Report. I think it's Greta Thunberg too.
It's really good.
Let's see. Why do you care about having a disc? This is why, dumbass. Yeah, because it's going to change it for you. It's a PlayStation that's leading over 500 purchased movies in its customers account, including films like Terminator 2, Rambo, Apocalypse Now, Hot Fuzz, and Moonlight. 500 purchases, man, that's a lot.
Crazy.
But there was something that actually happened like this with the video games. I remember like they released a video game, everyone bought it, and they had like a character who was showing cleavage. And one of the first things they did once everyone had bought the game was release a patch that covered that up.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a modesty patch. So they'll sell you on the cleavage, and then once you buy the cleavage, they'll cut it out.
Yeah, of course they will, because like can't have that.
That's too heterosexual. It's way too scary.
And like it's also like really scummy. Like, how do you fight that? How do you go and say, Your Honor, they took away our titties and I'm really upset about it?
Well, I mean, if you bought it, right? It's like I bought this because it had this in there and they took it away the moment they had my money. That could be a case.
Yeah, if you wanted to add like a free skin, just add a free skin. Like, yeah, okay, this is the skin I'll wear when I want to play in front of my little cousins. Sure, you know.
I wonder if we could do that with Avatar. You know, it's like the class action lawsuit. Like, oh yeah, but it's like, you know, their version of it. Yeah, but I was sold Avatar: The Airbender. You gave me shit. You gave me something that hates the Avatar: The Airbender. That was like, it's like a parody. Class action lawsuit. Let's go. We just overthrown the government of Brazil. Chiquita Banana. He apologized to those who have been served a misleading message from a fake Chiquita account. Chiquita Brands. We have not overthrown the government since 1954.
That's funny.
All employees must watch training video. Don't make love to deep fryer immediately. Get well soon, Adam. Make a whole video about it. Don't follow the rules. Be the guy who they made the rules for. It's a put the pen down, Crypto Illustrator. But she's 1,000 years old vampire. Put the air conditioner down, electricity waster. But it's 40 degrees Celsius outside, which is it's like 80 something, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fact. 90% of game publishers quit right before they're about to release a successful surface game.
That's funny.
It's the best attitude towards AI is treating it like a dumbass to bounce ideas off. Yes, that's how I use it.
Mm-hmm.
Which nevertheless helps you think of the correct answer, much like how House treats this team. Yes, exactly. So
100%,
yeah. So I kind of use that to help, come up with ideas. And like I asked AI, okay, what are some cool ideas for this story? And it gives me back rubbish, but then I'm awful. But then my mind is thinking like there's way better things, and I think of way better things.
Mm-hmm.
It's was this long lost on a run in scorching English, delirious with the thirst of fatigue. I see a sign up ahead. Could it be? Yes. What am I paying for? 24-hour cheese vending machine. 24 hours. It's it's a bunch of air conditioned jokes. I have 2 jobs. Calm my humans when they're stressed. Stress my humans.
Yeah.
Darn white hoodie wearing goon. White hoodie wearing goon brutally beats white hoodie wearing goon. Okay.
Yeah.
If he was white, they would say white man with white skin.
With a white hood.
Whitely, brutally beat.
White hooded white man beats like
white man with white skin whitely beats MTA employee on Queen subway while being white. But because it's not a white guy, it's hoodie wearing goon.
Yep.
Why can't I find Ash like this ship of Theseus? No, at which point did I stop being the ship of having big boobs because you're fat is like having a faster car because it's falling off a cliff.
That was me making fun of the fats.
Let's see. This is not a scam. Text me if you want to turn your $500 into $500. So my $500. Let's see. Is it must be that joke from Metalocalypse? Like, I've had a time machine. I can go forward in time at the speed of regular time. Let's see. He dropped his eyes. Well, eyeballs back in your head, son. A shop owner modified his attic to accommodate his cats. Now he is under constant observation.
That's funny.
I have a mouth, no ice cream. Cotton Eye Joe. Let's see. When you've been every IP you grew up loving, infiltrate and destroyed, I really feel like gatekeeping is much called based.
Yep.
Duct tape, empty box, coil spring, boxing gloves. Rolling up. I hate the word spicy. Can we bring back calling things erotic? Rolling up to Wendy's calling, can I get a Can I get an erotic chicken sandwich, please? It's like the Joker has a mustache and a goatee. Like it's like he has a regular goatee, dyed his hair green, and is one of those guys kind of really grooms his mustache part.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Or that's someone's personal painting. Oh, in this house we love Melvin the brother. Oh, is that Melvin brother the Joker?
Damn.
Let's see. Goes to Shell 2004. Goes to Shell 126. At least they got that part. They at least they're respecting the source material. Right?
Nice.
You got to respect the source material. You laughing? Someone or something shattered that which commanded the stars. The sky is burning, and you're laughing. Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. And this guy wrote an obituary for Scott Adams, then just endlessly bashed him in it. Anyone else reading this in the Guru Larry voice? Let's see. Oh, there's Lobo and Lois. There's Peter going to fight a bunch of Trisha Takanawas. Look, Jax, I know we don't get along, but I took everything. The warrior princess and the barbaric king. Let's see. I think this one's for you, Stu. This one.
Dang, that was pretty good. Not gonna lie, it looks pretty good.
Let's see. Look, Jax, I know we don't get along, but pretty sure I asked for a pecan sandies. Jose Jalapeno. Is this Jose Jalapeno?
Yeah. On a steak.
On a steak.
On a steak.
Is this Jeff Dunham? Sapphire Fire and Wang Fire, the defenders. See, this is the defenders I would buy because look, they're all in their costumes and stuff, except for Luke Cage. What is it with them hating Luke Cage in a costume? He's still in a stupid gray hoodie. Just put him in a yellow shirt and a circlet. What the hell's wrong with you? You can have the Iron Fist over here in his high collar costume with his bandana thing. Why not give Luke Cage his costume? It doesn't make any sense. What are you doing? I'm saving. All right, this is a whole different kind of story. Focus. Trading is over. This is not the Azula ship. It's I don't really remember the words, but then it goes secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. What is this a reference to? That looks pretty cool.
I have no idea.
Toph. Wait a minute. Is it the Gorillas?
I think it might be the Gorillas. Yeah, now that you mention it.
It's a Toph. So the creator it's actually pretty good art though. It's pretty good. Toph, the creators were going to make Toph fight the Fire Lord, but no one wanted a 23-second finale. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
A
nice.
different time. Let's see. Look, Stu, this ship is fire. I just slipped. It all began when I was born in the Air Temple. Katang. Look, if a woman can just say it was a stupid mistake, why can't Aang? I just slipped.
Okay.
It's a trick or treat. The power of not knowing what they're doing here. Remind me what your power is. Is that Zula's Raven?
Yeah.
Gary used to own a comic book shop in San Francisco. It's true. And then nobody's perfect. Let's see. Was a lot of memes, chat. I think we did like almost a 5-hour stream. So
That was pretty good.
yeah, we can cut it off there. So thank you much everyone for joining me. Thank you much Stu for joining me today. Thank you much Best Chat for always being best chat. Have a wonderful rest of your day. So again, of course, next time.
On a cold winter morning in the time before the light, in flames of death's eternal rain, we ride towards the fight. When the darkness has fallen down and the times are tough, alright, the sound of evil laughter falls around the world tonight. Couldn't keep it in, although heaven knows I tried. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know. Well, now they know, so let me go. Let me go. Won't hold it back anymore. Let me go. I'm a rocket, a Roman candle, a fucking missile on my way to hell. I'm a martyr, a saint of sinners, and you will fear me in my death. There's no one that can make me repent the things I've done. Evil is my prime objective. I don't care about their perspective. Let the storm rage on. Blood never bothered me anyway. It's funny how some distance makes everything seem small. And the fears that once controlled me can't get to me at all. It's time to see what I can do to test the limits and break through. No right, no wrong, no rules for me. I'm free. Let me go, let me go. I'll hang those princes high. Let me go, let me go. So I'll make my sister cry and let the storm rage on. I'm a rocket, a Roman candle, a fucking missile on my way to hell. I'm a martyr, a saint of sinners, and you will fear me in my death. There's no one that can make me repent the things I've done. Evil is my prime objective. I don't care about their perspective. My power flurries through the air to freeze your every breath. And one thought crystallizes like an icy Let me go, let me